Ok.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. Please have a seat for the last ones. Thank you everyone for joining us for the AfricArena North Africa Summit. We're gonna spend 2 days together. Some of you have already started activities for the last 2 days. It was mainly VCs in Hammamet and startups here in Tunis, between the Dot and Startup Village. So we're gonna tell you more. You're gonna see probably videos and what happened during the weekend. Thank you, as I said, for joining us for this Northern African Summit of AfricArena. Are you ready for AfricArena? Yes or no? Yes. Where are the startups? Only 4 startups. There should be more. They're still preparing for pitching. Where are the startups? I wanna see all the hands up. Okay, because there are investors. Where are the investors? The VCs? Investors? There you go. Lots of them. So AfricArena is about investors, VCs, and startups. And what is interesting in this kind of event, like AfricArena, it's sharp events. It's not about the quantity. It's about sharpness. It's about having a very, excuse me for the word, but hard selection on startups. We had many startups that applied to participate, but only a few seats here to have the chance to pitch during AfricArena. And same for the VCs that are coming here because they are really interested in seeing what you have to offer and also very interested in our region. You're gonna see many of them talking on this stage. We're gonna have also your pitches and of course keynotes and panels. I'll tell you later about the program. I wanted to thank all the partners of AfricArena. I hope I won't forget any of them. There are many partners that are supporting. I would start with the Ministry of Technology of ICT of Tunisia, also a Smart Capital, the support also of GIZ and Expertise France. We have the support of TIC-DCE here. It's an incubator of creative industries. It's on the first floor, but not up this place. It's right next door. You can go visit them. It's a very nice place. Also, we have the support of BNA Bank, one of the largest bank, the largest public bank in Tunisia. We have the support of Ami Assurance, one of the major insurance companies that are. It's a little bit rare, but they have specific products for startups, and they're collaborating with startups. Of course, we have the support of Tunisia Telecom, the national telecom operator, and they are powering also our Wi-Fi here for the streaming live. So I'd like to say hi to all the people that are watching. They have been impatient because we're running a little bit late on schedule. So I'm gonna say hi to them. So on this camera probably, and that one, and many others. So welcome everyone. I'm gonna give it now to Christophe Viarno, founder of AfricArena, who comes straight from South Africa. On va l'applaudir. Round of applause for Christophe.
Bonjour. Good morning. Hope everyone is having a great day so far. Welcome to this edition of the AfricArena North Africa Summit. This is the second year that we are doing this in Tunis. And it's great to see that the event is growing year after year, and it's exciting also to see all of you here today with us to support our entrepreneurs and to contribute to the development of the North African tech ecosystem. Maybe a few words about AfricArena. AfricArena is a Pan-African organization. We have South African and French roots. We are operating largely from Cape Town, South Africa. The reason we created AfricArena in 2017 was primarily to create a deal flow platform to connect founders, technology founders from the continent, with market access opportunity. So we do that via a series of open innovation challenges with corporates, and access to capital, particularly in the early stage seed to Series A, where, as we know, there is still a large need of additional capital needed. When we started AfricArena, the amount of capital invested in technology startup was around $350 million back in 2017. Last year, we hit over $5 billion. So, I think it's great to see that this market is booming. And startups that pitch at AfricArena have to date raised over $500 million. So I think that talks to the quality of our deal flow and the quality of startups that are on showcase here. Through this program, we're also granting a lot of benefits to startups, thanks to partnership with Amazon Web Services. On this event, we'll be granting over $200,000 of AWS credits and benefits. And some of the startups that will be pitching in front of you for the next 2 days will qualify to go to the event in Cape Town, which is happening at the beginning of November. Follow our news on AfricArena.com. You can see that we're also constantly running open innovation challenges with some corporates, which is an opportunity for startups to work with those corporates. So that's a few words about AfricArena. What about the event? So we have 4 regional summits. Southern Africa in Johannesburg took place in March. We had on West Africa Summit in Dakar, which was last April. And here we are on our 3rd regional summit in Tunis for North Africa. Early October, we'll be in Nairobi for our East Africa Summit before going to Cape Town early November. Our events always follow the same magic recipe. It's not just an event, it's a series of events. So we actually started this weekend here in Tunis with our Founders Bootcamp. So we had 22 founders from Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Sudan, Egypt that spent time together in our bootcamp that took place at the DOT, the well-known incubator program funded by Startup Tunisia and Smart Capital, and at Startup Village yesterday. That was an opportunity for startups to get to know each other, share some stories, share some learnings, have some coach, mentors supporting them. And also, we believe startup collaboration is a key enabler for startup to scale up. There's no better friend for an entrepreneur than another entrepreneur sharing some lessons learned, whether it's a success or failure. So that Founders Bootcamp was a success, And I'd like to thank again our partners, The Dot and Startup Village, and everybody that supported this. In parallel to this, we welcome over 45 international and local investors for our VC Unconference. Unconference, what is that? We get investors together to create the future of VC, as simple as that. So we were very happy that we had investors from the US, from Europe, from Japan, and from all over Africa, exchanging ideas in an unfiltered format for the last 2.5 days, and really creating an action plan and some common initiatives to push African VC forward. And we have partners across the continent to do that. The work of this VC Unconference you can find on digitalcollective.africa, which is a website where you find a lot of information about this work. So things like standard term sheet, due diligence checklist, and a lot of other things, advocacy around regulations, so Startup Act, talking about Startup Act 2.0 in Tunisia, work in countries like Nigeria, South Africa to adopt more progressive regulation. That is the work coming out of the Digital Collective Africa. You can find all of that. It's open source, it's free, and it can be used by every entrepreneur out there. And these two events that took place in parallel, we had a very nice kickoff of these founders meeting investors last night at the VC night. I'd like to thank the folks at AfricInvest for very elegantly hosting us last night. And then we have the summit for the next 2 days. Tonight, you are all invited to our innovation night in Sidi Bou Said at Hotel Sidi Bou Said from 6:30. Please join us for some drinks and food to continue the networking. It's through this series of events that actually the trust, the relationship get formed so that the deal happen. It's not just I exchange a business card, I speak 5 minutes and it's over. Very difficult to work from that. It's spending 4 or 5 days together from breakfast to dinner and doing some deals. So that's the secret recipe of AfricArena. You can follow this event if you're not the full 2 days online. Everything is available on mobile application. We have iOS and Android mobile application. It's called AfricArena Wired. You can download it. It's free. You can rewatch every keynote, every panel, all the startup pitches from the comfort of your home or from your phone. It's also available on LinkedIn, AfricArena.com, and so forth. So if you've missed any of the content, it's all there. Just want to talk also about the fact that AfricArena is not just a series of events. We also have a program underlying these events called Africa Rise, where we support the startup fundraising process throughout their cycle. So you can find more information on that on africarise.org or africarise.biz, and that's the program that we deploy for the startup. This is about ensuring that in between events, we get the startups the right support to close a deal. Closing a deal can be complex. Sometimes if you are a first-time fundraising entrepreneur, you don't know what the term sheet is, you don't know how to get ready for the due diligence. So together with our partners, and some of them are here, the likes of Startup Bootcamp, for example, Plug and Play and others, we are helping those startups to get ready for that. So this is an incredible opportunity for the 22 startups that were selected to be with us, and I hope you'll give them some support. Some of the other things we do is showcasing these entrepreneurs outside of the continent. As a matter of example, so we've been doing events in the US, in Europe, and in Asia since 2018. As a matter of example, we recently had a full-day event at Station F in Paris, just before Vivatech, where we had over 40 startups pitching to investors present at the event and at Vivatech. And it was a great opportunity to, from the best startup pitching at AfricArena events from the previous years, get them another platform to pitch their businesses in a very, as Wassim said, for us, it's all about quality. It's not about quantity. We don't necessarily like big events. We like events with 200-300 people that really focus on getting some results. So we hope that you can engage with these different platforms, AfricArena, AfricArise, Digital Collective Africa, so that you can leverage all the support that we try to generate for the founders. Some of the resources available on Digital Collective Africa, you'll see, includes a lot of elements around legal supports in terms of standardized document that we develop with many partners, such as Endeavor, which is doing a fantastic job as part of the collective. We recently also got some support from LPs like FMO on this initiative. So please engage. It's yours. It's free. It's open source. What you give in is what you're going to be able to take from. I also highlight the fact there's a database of all the deals happening in Africa on this platform, freely accessible for all. And you'll find all the deals since 2017 that took place in Africa. So maybe give you some information on that. This is what it looks like in terms of this database. And I'll leave it at that. Maybe just a few information about this event and its support. As Wassim mentioned, we are very grateful this year to have a great platform of sponsors and partners. I can't name them all, but specifically for this North Africa Summit, it wouldn't have been possible without a number of very key partners. So international partners like GIZ, the German support organization for startup ecosystem, which is very active in Tunisia. So I'd like to thank GIZ for their support. Expertise France, which has been a very loyal and long-standing partner of AfricArena, which has been supporting in other events of AfricArena in Cape Town and elsewhere, and which this year has been a key supporter of this event. We also have the support of Smart Capital, the fund of Tunisia, and Startup Tunisia. These organizations are key to the success of these events. So together with our local partners, BNA Bank, AMEH Insurance, and all the partners on the AfricArena platform, ecosystem partners, investor partners, and some of the program partners like Amazon Web Services, we're able to bring you this event. And I hope that it will be a great 2 days of learning, networking, and exchange. So please give them a round of applause so that they can continue to do this fantastic and important work. So thank you very much. I will actually give the floor to 3 of them to say a few words on opening. Just a few elements for those following us across the continent. Our next summit will be in Nairobi, early October. So if you happen to be in Kenya at that time, please join us for East Africa Summit. And of course, the Grand Summit taking place in Cape Town, early October. We hope to see you there to support the many North African startups and Tunisian startups that will be with us. So thank you very much for being here, and see you for the next 2 days. Wassim?
Applaudir, yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you, Christophe, and all the great job that is being done by AfricArena in all different regions of our continent, and specifically in building bridges between the different ecosystems, and that's what brings us here today, and that's what has been expressed by the different people I have been meeting the last 2 or 3 days, myself, I consider myself a little bit engaged in entrepreneurial ecosystem in Tunisia, but not only in Tunisia, but I'm still discovering things about just our neighbor Algeria and the ecosystem. How is it quickly and fastly evaluating for the last month? So we can be neighbors and still discovering things about each other. So these kind of events are here to bring everyone together. Now, as Christophe said, we're gonna give the floor to 3 of our partners. I'm gonna start with Zainab Shabshoub from GIZ, who is responsible of supporting entrepreneurial ecosystem in Tunisia in GIZ. Zainab Shabshoub, the floor is yours. On peut l'applaudir. Hein? On peut.
Hello, everyone. Dear ministers, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen. The digital economy in Tunisia is a significant growing sector, accounting for 11% of GDP and employing more than 100,000 Tunisians. And startups, as engines of innovations, have important capacity to ensure sustainable economic growth and secure employment. This through getting access to new markets and ensure access to new financing opportunities. First, congratulations for our Tunisian partners for the success of North Africa Summit. We are proud to be part of this event. In this occasion, I would like to express my gratitude towards the partnership with the Ministry of Communication Technologies. This partnership has made it possible for us to create new innovative opportunities. Tunisia is a hub for innovation, expertise, and skills in technical fields. Germany is a long-sustaining partner of Tunisia. The German corporation, through the GIZ Digital Transformation Center in Tunisia, believes and invests in the potential of the digital economy in Tunisia. Having a regulated framework, the Startup Act, and a skilled, talented workforce are competitive advantages for Tunisia to increase interest for foreign investors. Together with our partners, we are working to increase the visibility of the Tunisian ecosystem and an ecosystem that will spread across the African region and the MENA region. I want to thank all the participants, all the stakeholders that took part in this partnership. Thank you for your ongoing support and your commitment to support digital future for Tunisia. Today is a great opportunity to take a glimpse into the huge potential of the Tunisian ecosystem, the African ecosystem, and witness for us the skills of the North African innovators. Good luck to all the participants in AfricArena North Summit. You play a vital role in the development of this continent, and your innovation is a paramount pillar for the national economic growth. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Zainab Shabshoub. Now I would like to call Clara Guilhem from Expertise France to join us on stage.
Thank you, Wasim. Hi, everyone. So Zainab has said so much, so I will not add anything about the Tunisian ecosystem. For us, it's an honor to be there today, and we are really proud to support AfricArena in North Africa. For us, it's very important because it's one of the main objectives of the European-Tunisian cooperation since 2008, and the high and fantastic mobilization of all the people just in front of me for having a startup act and all the great policies that you do every day for having this strong ecosystem. If Tunisia is still a small player in Africa, it's growing, and all the figures show that this investment is growing years after years, and therefore we are very proud as an international partner to be there today and to support AfricArena organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clara Guilhem. Thank you, Expertise France, for what you're doing, as GIZ also here in our country. Last but not least, our third partner to talk on stage, Mr. Alayeb Taib, Head of Smart Capital.
Thank you, Wasim. I realize that I'm probably the only one who's really hiring a tie. So it's really amazing because we are within an environment of startups, so most of the people are really in a decontracté way. Anyway, I'm going really to be unofficial. I mean, I didn't prepare any speech for that, but we are extremely glad and proud really to be with you and to sponsor this program. In fact, we saw the big progress between last year and this year. Congratulations, really. I was extremely impressed with what really happening in the weekend. Unfortunately, I couldn't join. I mean, the event I was involved in TCAT, with almost 24 head of state and prime ministers really visiting Tunisia, and of course, all the contact that we need, of course, really to have, I mean, official way. But I heard really, I mean, it's a very, very good, how to say, outcome of the VCN conference. Unfortunately, I didn't attend. Last year, I enjoyed very, very much, I mean, the exchange that I have with so many VCs. 44 VCs coming this time. This is an excellent, excellent thing. I mean, last year we have less than half of that. This year, I mean, it shows really that the event is really gaining importance, I mean, in the notoriety, I mean, in the region. I'm extremely glad, of course, to join you today, I mean, with the startups, also 22 startups. If compared, I mean, to last year, it's almost the double, which is also an excellent news. That means there is an engouement, I mean, a strong interest of Tunisian startup really to participate, I mean, in this event and to give them themselves chance to go, I mean, to South Africa and really to have the possibility, I mean, to raise fund, I mean, on that occasion. This is also an excellent thing. For those who are really watching us, I mean, from all over Africa and they don't know really Smart Capital, I'd like really to briefly give an idea about Smart Capital. Smart Capital is the national player of Startup Tunisia. Startup Tunisia is the project which ambition position Tunisia as a hub of startups within the region. I mean, MENA, Africa, Mediterranean, etc. So we are managing 3 pillars. I mean, this project is composed of 3 pillars: the law, the ecosystem, and the funding. For the law, everybody, of course, know that we are really managing Startup Act. I mean, the law, which is really giving 22 kind of incentives to the entrepreneur, to the investor, and to the startup itself. And so far, we reached 750 startups labeled startup. That means certified as being innovative and scalable, which is by itself, it's really, how to say, an achievement. Within 2 years, we have a commitment or a strong interest of candidates to candidate every month, and we have every month 50 candidates who apply and 20 who are really granted, I mean, the label of startup. So as I said, so far, 750. The objective, of course, of the project is to reach 1,000 startup by the end of 2024. We are very, very close. Extremely close. We can really overpass, I mean, this objective. Why we would like really to reach 1,000 startup? Because we hope, of course, to have one licorn from these 1,000 startup who can really change the mindset of Tunisian talents and Tunisian young entrepreneur. We hope to be like the case of Estonia, when Skype really got really acquired by Microsoft, and all the young talents of Estonia was really dreaming really to be the next generation of Skypes, etc. So this is what we aim to I mean, with this. So the law is really giving this outcome. The second is ecosystem. Ecosystem is key for whatever country in the world who are really working on developing, I mean, the startups. It's not enough to get labeled. The most important is really to get accompanied and incubated to go through your growth, the process of growth in order really to reach, I mean, the Series A, what we call the Series A investment. So we have really that somebody, that some institution, some structure will back you really to go through, I mean, those. And Smart Capital is raising grants to give grants to startups on their proof of concept, let's say, development, on their investment readiness to be able really to raise funds, and all this is also done by Smart Capital. It's not only for startup, but also for supporting structures. We call them SSOs. Supporting structures also need backing, need support. All of us know that incubator's business model is not really, I mean, that profitable, you know. So we are really backing them by grants, again, to be able really to create new programs, to be able to accompany women, remote areas, sectors development, IT tech sometimes, etc. So this is extremely key to be able to prepare the structure to accompany, I mean, the startup, to be able to reach the level of asking for institutional funding. Funding is another key element that Smart Capital is really doing. We are managing the unique and the historic fund of Tunisia. It's unique. It happened only in 2019, promulgated by the law, and we started really raising fund. Here, I'd like really to thank very, very much the World Bank, which is really backing, I mean, this the fund of fund through a loan granted, I mean, to the CDC. Again, I would like also to thank them because they are the anchor investors of this fund of fund, and they are really backing us, even with also international DFI, really to be able really to reach our 200 million euro, I mean, as a fund target size. So the objective of this fund of fund is to create 13 VC funds, which can really accompany the startups in all their growth phase. Seed phase, I mean early stage, seed stage, early stage, and later stage. So far, we invest in two funds. One of them is seed, and one of them is late. And we are, of course, going really to continue our endeavor and efforts to be able really to put these funds into operations and to be able really to boost the VC ecosystem in Tunisia. I'm extremely optimistic that by the year, as has been really said also by my friends, by the year 2024, we will have more than 1,000 labeled startups in Tunisia. Hopefully, we will have a licorn. We are extremely glad that after Expansia, now InstaDeep is really raising $100 million. It really giving us hope that probably the licorn is really coming. So by 2024, we will have the 13 VC funds. We'll have many, many labeled and scalable startup, I mean, existing in Tunisia, and you hope that Tunisia will be in a better shape. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and we are extremely glad really that to be a partner of this event, and we wish all the best to all the startup here. Work hard. You will have an excellent opportunity to go to South Africa to raise funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alay Bataib, head of Smart Capital. Great job you're doing, all of you at Smart Capital here. There's part of the team. I see Salma Baghdadi here, who's responsible of the ecosystem development in Smart Capital. So whoever wants to know more about Startup Act or how, as a startup not from Tunisia, to be present here or whatever you want to know about our ecosystem, you can go to Salma. She's there. Stand up, Salma. I love to do that to you. Or Mr. Alay if he's still here, because I think he has to leave in a while. So please do not hesitate to ask them all the questions you need to know. Okay, one of the questions is how is tech ecosystem today? How is tech in North Africa versus how the tech ecosystem is in the rest of the continent? Someone who knows the continent well, who I think he spends more time outside of Tunisia than he spends time home here. He knows the continent very well, as his team also. I'm talking about Khaled Ben Jilali from Africa Invest for the keynote. State of tech in North Africa versus state of tech in Africa. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Wassim. Hi everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. Together with the African Invest team, we tried to put together a few elements just to show you what are the trends in Africa and where we're going from here, and what are the important components. At least what we feel is important for the future of the VC and innovation ecosystem in Africa. So probably a lot of you have seen these numbers, but this is basically the evolution of the investment in startups in Africa over the past 8 years. And you see that there has been a strong growth over the past 7 years, quite unseen, specific to Africa, because this has also continued in 2022, which is quite interesting, behind these figures, I think there are a lot of information that you need probably to integrate that are important in taking decisions when you're either an investor or an entrepreneur. And the key question, I think, that everybody is asking themselves today is this sustainable at the African level, but also at the global level, knowing that a few important changes are happening today. So let me try this that way. Okay. So first, this is the picture in terms of the same picture by funding stage, and this is by value. As you can see, there's a few differences. A lot of the money that has been added up in the past 2 years have been on late stage, which is quite important. As the ecosystem is maturing, we're not investing anymore only on pre-seed, seed stage companies, but also on Series A, Series B. And now a lot of the very big rounds are rounds of 30, 40, 50 million and more are into Series B, Series C, what we call late stage. The important reason for this is that basically as we grow this ecosystem, the money that gets invested has to come back. We need exit. I think that the very important step basically in the next 2 to 3 years to sustain the growth is that those very same investors that have been investing in startups expect some returns, and so we only can sustain the growth if we start selling some of these companies, providing money back, and those same investors will probably be reinvesting into new funds, therefore into new companies or directly into new companies if these are angel investors. That's one important element. The other good news is that at the scale of global VC and innovation, this is still extremely small. I mean, when you consider a $5 billion volume of investment or amount of investment last year, at the scale of a city in the US, it represents the city of Philadelphia. It's still a very small ecosystem. I think there's still a lot of space to grow. I think the good news is that this is only a beginning. So there's still a lot of margin for growth. And I think the structuring of the ecosystem should come through institutional investors like Smart Capital, like other fund of funds that needs to be structured in other regions, and that should work together on structuring this ecosystem into a much more developed ecosystem. This has happened in a country like China, where the government has been launching several fund of funds at the central level, but also at the province level. The same should happen here. We need, and I know that there are a lot of groups that are involved into preparing new laws around startup acts. I think the corollary to those laws should actually be we need money to finance startups, and we need money basically to structure this ecosystem from the funding side. Now let's look at maybe another way to look at this picture. Coming, yes. So regionally, I think this is quite well, if you look at these numbers, with the exception probably of Central Africa, this is well distributed among the different regions in Africa. Both North, West, Central, and Southern Africa have basically got their own shares of the investment that's been getting to the African continent in the past year. This being said, about 70% of this goes to the big four, being basically Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya. So there's still a very big concentration over this big market, which is normal. This is the way it is in most markets. If you look at Europe, it's still the same. London, Paris, Berlin, and Amsterdam are taking the lion's share of what get invested. And so given that we're not into one of these four countries, I know that there's a few friends from Egypt, but a lot of the people here have been working and evolving in Tunisia, in Morocco, in Algeria, and in some of these smaller markets. I think they're important element that needs to be kept in mind when you're an investor. And my second part, I'll try to focus on what we think are important elements for founders on how they pitch and grow their companies. Another important element here is that you can see that basically there's a lot of funding that goes to multi-region companies. And this is very important. From the Series A, Series B, VCs look essentially at companies that do not depend on one single country, unless you're into a very deep market and quite a large country. Most of the companies that we look at, for instance, as Series A, Series B investors, would probably be companies that have already reached a size where they're into 3, 4, 5 different markets. One of the important reasons for us is that it diversifies the risk, and also it diversifies also the risk from a devaluation standpoint on all of these markets. And so, and as you can see, that 7% in volume translates into 35% in value. So a third of the money that gets invested are in countries that are, or in companies that are in multiple countries. And this is also important in a country like Tunisia or like Morocco, where the central bank have actually put in place very strict rules on FX. I think it's important to understand that these companies do not know borders. At least if you are to grow a successful company, it has to go beyond the border of your own country. I'll come back to this. This is a very important point. In terms of evolution, I think these are the evolution of the key key countries. As you can see, you still have the top 4, but the 2 elements I think that you can take away from this is that below this, I think you have very little amount invested into the other countries. They've been I put the amount here, but they've been sorted by number of deals. But the interesting part is that as number 5, you have the US. So what does that mean? That means that basically a lot of these companies are actually incorporated in the US. Even if they have operations in Africa, the top companies are US and UK-based team. And this is not only a trend. As soon as a company becomes profitable, you need to reassure the big investors, and you need to go to jurisdictions where people understand the laws. If you are to create a company in a country like, let's say, China or Zimbabwe or Czech Republic, these are laws that people do not understand. You need to come back to basically jurisdictions where investors are confident about laws being applied and implemented in terms of security. And so the US is definitely one of the big jurisdictions. Same with the UK, they're more, and there are more and more compliance elements around incorporating companies into exotic jurisdiction. For the founders that are here, try to walk away from this. At least these are, as soon as you get to important and serious and professional institutional investors, they will be judging from also the compliance of the company towards the law that they have to comply with. Last elements on this sector and market review is fintech in Africa has been taking the lion's shares of the investment. It's also the same. It's still number 1, or it's been number 1 in the past year globally. I think it's been attracting about 20% of the investment, but it's much more in Africa. And if you take from an amount standpoint, it's actually more than this. It's about 41 or 42%. The element is. The explanation for this is Africa is still a very cash-driven economy, and the formal financial sector still doesn't penetrate well enough population. You still have a lot of improvement in terms of financial inclusion in the financial sector. Fintech is playing a role there, and fintech also plays a role from an infrastructure standpoint for other companies to build on the top of it. It's not possible for a company to scale if they don't have the right payment gateway that is to connect with so that people can pay online. So these are important elements. Same thing in terms of data. I think the important element to score people and to be able to provide them beyond payment credit so that they can buy and pay over time, I think relies on fintech to basically gather those data and be able to make sense out of it from a credit standpoint. If you're not in fintech, you're probably in one of those categories, and then you don't have it. You need to be able to make sense of the scale of the market you're in. Obviously, payment is a very scalable business, a scalable market. Sorry, you can be in a small market, and that space being deep enough to be able to build a multi-$100 million companies like we've seen for Wave, for instance, in Senegal. But if you're not there, then I think the obvious way or strategy for a company should be to actually go outside of your market. I think it's important that you get to a picture that is a multi-country market to get there. Whether you're in e-commerce, in health tech, in supply chain, mobility, and others, these are the important elements to keep in mind in terms of going to fundraise beyond a certain point. So these are the elements that I wanted to share with you. I know that I have more time. And so I've prepared a few slides. I've actually gathered some information from the team at AfricInvest just to get some advices for the founders that are here. Apologies for the ones that are not founders, on terms of how to improve basically their pitches. We received last year about 1,300 pitch decks. And so we read all of them. We take calls with about a third of them. And I think we have some lessons learned from this for founders that I think are quite important. The first thing is that we see too many founders not having one business but several businesses. And this is and I've been discussing with some people yesterday, the founders that I had the same approach to say, I have a few ideas, select one. Select one and be simple and clear about the one that you select. This is key. You cannot pitch a VC saying, I'm doing 3 things at the same time. They just want you to do one thing. I know that it's a risk, and if you're doing, that's great, don't talk about it. Focus. I think at least provide an image of somebody who focuses and get committed on one idea that has the most potential. Getting there. Then this is a quite important point. Often we have companies that come with competition, which is good. I think competition is actually something that is important because it shows that there is actually a market. Let me come back. But you need to clearly show what your USPs are. USP are, where is it? Should come back. Yes, your unique selling points are. It is. We don't see it. In most presentations, we have to dig ourselves to find what differentiates a company from basically its competition. And obviously, it's not easy to identify your own USPs, but you're the only one that can do it. It's very important to do it in your own place. And I think there's a very good book that talks about this called 0 to 1. I think you should read it if you haven't read it. It's almost a Bible for entrepreneurs. And we look for companies that have very strong USPs. That are unique in terms of what they do. It can be a product, it can be a market, it can be a positioning, it can be a model. And this is at the heart of basically the way the company has to innovate. Let me wait. It's coming. Maybe if Komai can help me with the slides up there. And yes. So I've been talking about this. I'm putting back it here just to show to what extent this is important. If you are in small markets, there's a chance that most of the founders here are in small markets. You need to think global or Pan-African or regional. You cannot think just by your market. If you come with a Tunisian, basically, company with a Tunisian market, I'm sorry to say that you have a very small market. It's 10 million. It's as if, basically, Facebook would say, you know what, we'll stop at a very small. Of course, they started with Harvard as a market, with potentially global market as an end market. And I think you need to show this. You need to show that basically your model is not only relevant to your specific market, but to a larger market. It doesn't have to be Tunisia, Morocco, or Tunisia, Egypt, or whatever. Or no, it's you have to define what is relevant to your own company here. Governance. I know that this is a point that doesn't come back a lot, but we see too many founders being alone. No co-founders, no board, no advisors. It's extremely important to show that basically there are people that are supporting your ideas and that are putting in place the right governance structure around you. As investors, it would be much more comfortable for us and securing to see that you know how to interact within a certain governance structure. And we assess this. It's an important element. We often forget about how important this is, but this is also stabilizes the way the company goes. It can actually absorb some of the conflict that end up having two co-founders splitting up for a stupid debate. And so it's extremely important to put the right governance structure. I know that the slides have gone, that's fine. Then we receive decks, of course, from everywhere, everyone. But often we see that the founders have not made the minimum amount of research to understand who they're talking to. There are a lot of information out there. There's a lot of database like this one that I just put here that shows you what VCs are about. And there are VCs from everywhere investing in Africa, by the way, from the US, from UK, from Europe, from Africa itself. So do your research. I mean, this is a very simple thing to try to understand what the VCs that you have in front of you are actually doing and whether it corresponds to what you're looking for. Also, try to get and select who your investor should be. Then I think I have a last point, if I get there. Yes, no. Yes, no. Here. Storytelling. Yeah, it's not only about providing a deck and a presentation. You really need to basically make us a bit dream about your project and where it can go. I mean, this is quite an important element. The storytelling part in the presentation is often an element that is overlooked. And I think try to get to basically say something that goes beyond just a simple presentation of the product and some key element that we see in most texts. Well, that's what I want to say. I want to thank my team for helping me on this, and thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me.
Khaled, can you stay here? Q&A, of course. Thank you. So, thank you, Khaled Benjilani. Do you have any questions in the room? Can take a couple of questions. No questions? It was perfect. There's a question. Yeah, see. I know you're perfect, Khaled Benjilani. Yes.
Thank you, Asim. Thank you, Khaled. I wanted to get your advice on how you think investors from abroad can come into the Tunisian market and work along with other VCs to help build the ecosystem.
Can you just introduce yourself?
So my name is Hassam, and I'm a senior associate at Silicon Badia, a global VC that has just extended a regional fund that would cover Tunisia and Morocco. Okay,
thank you. Listen, I mean, that's an important question. I can tell you what we do in some markets, and often when we don't know a specific market, we try to work with existing investors, whether institutional or individual. That doesn't matter, ideally institutional, but that doesn't have to. And so build links and ties with other investors, either by co-investing. I think that's the ideal scenario, but it could be also by just collaborating and exchanging information on the market. I think when you invest into a market that you don't know, the first question that you ask yourself is who you're investing with actually. You don't know the people, you don't know them by reputation, you have no clue or very little ones about the intrinsic quality of the people investing with, the level of integrity. And I think that's what you want to get from this. But also the do's and don'ts into a specific market that you don't want to learn at the expense of your own investment. And so that gap should actually come ideally by working with others or by recruiting. If you reach a certain size of portfolio, you own a team here. But there's a lot of here in the room support organization that know very well the ecosystem, that been working with entrepreneurs. And I think these could be also very good partners for a fund like yours and for others who are trying to have a better feel of what is happening in Tunisia and Morocco and Algeria.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Go ahead. So we don't have like lots of time, so there was this question, there is no man, and there was someone who just raised his hand here, I think, right? No? Okay. No, but there is someone else who asked for a question, right? No? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm Mudiba from Cross Boundary. So what we do in Tunisia now as a Cross Boundary is we're supporting a portfolio of companies and startups. Some of them are present here. And we had talks with regional funds, international ones, VC funds, and one of the first comments that we have is that they need to see local traction in the local market. And we tried to explain them that for Tunisia could be something complicated because it's a small market, as you said, and first thing maybe that startups here think about is going abroad. And it's for some VC funds, it's kind of the opposite way, that they need to see traction before investing in a company to go abroad, as you said, for Series A. So how do you, as for example, AfricInvest, deal with this situation, or as what you have seen through the continent? Thank you.
No, listen, it's a chicken in the egg. You have to start somewhere, obviously, and often we ask you first to focus and show that you succeed in your own market. And I think you have to be smart about this. There's no golden rules about the way to follow. I think one good example is Go My Code, which basically has had very important traction on the local market, and in parallel, in an extremely lean way, without defocusing from the traction that they've built on the local market in Tunisia, where they've built a very strong brand, which have taken time basically to be known. I think they raised. In the second round, they raised probably less than $400,000 in hard currency, so that they could use basically for international expansion. With that money, they fully utilized that money for international expansion rather than for local expansion, and open in 7 new countries with a very small amount of money. So I'm not saying this is the example to follow, but I think you need to smartly use your money, be very lean about and cost conscious on this, while creating growth into the market where you have the most traction. That would be probably the right approach. But if you are a local company into one of these small markets, you need to have traction while having some kind of element of growth into other markets. I think that's an important element to show.
We're gonna have the mic here.
Thanks, Khaled. Naaman. So, just a question. Do you see a trend in deep tech in Africa? I'm not speaking about AI, which is obvious, but deep tech coming from the scientific research, biotechnology, and things like that. Or is it still in anecdote phase?
So to answer the question straight, yes, of course. First, it's a very important trend. We cannot only rely on, sorry to use the word, copycats. So basically reproducing, even if today there's a real trend in the VC space on what is being called horizontal growth. I mean, vertical would be pure innovation. Horizontal will be reproducing what's been working somewhere else. And so that horizontal growth is probably 80 to 90% of what we see currently on the continent in terms of the startups that are being set up. There's still very little pure innovation, specifically in deep tech. But I think if we really want to develop the sector beyond a certain point, it has to be on deep tech. At some point, we need to actually create, sorry, let me just take that back a bit. Deep tech and African innovation. We need to create models that are needed given the gaps that exist in the market, and those models have to be labeled as what. One of them is of course M-Pesa as mobile money, but I think it's been reused too much. We need more of that. On the deep tech side, in particular, I think in terms of distribution, we've seen most of the interesting deep tech projects in South Africa, in North Africa, for the moment. But now we see some very interesting projects coming in Kenya, in Nigeria too, of people from the diaspora that's been going to Stanford, MIT, coming up with very interesting deep tech innovation and bringing up also innovative business model on the ground. Some in the health sector, for instance, that have been interesting. And I think this could actually be one of the factors that basically continue and sustain the growth that we've seen in the market in terms of investing into very interesting companies, also providing important multiple potential growth of multiples for investors. I think that's also important. Deep tech is probably one of the opportunities and pure innovation where we see those very important multiples that can actually attract more investors to come onto the continent.
Thank you. There's last question there. No, 2, 3. We're running out of time, so please ask. Go ahead.
Hello.
C'est bon.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Khalid, for the presentation. Nabil Chadwara from United Gulf Financial Services. Just a quick question, which is I think is important, giving the scalability importance for any success of any projects. Going from one market, being small or to a larger regional market or international market, it has some obstacles. Some of the obstacles, they are in regulation, financials, tax treatment, whatever. But there is a major aspect I think founders should consider, which we would like to have your insights, Khalid, about, is the fact of cultural differences, consumer behavior. How founders in a small project in small market would think strategically from the beginning, from the early stage, to direct their project in the right way, so they can cover up a regional market or the African market that we know in advance that has different consumer behavior and different cultures. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just take your question and tweak it a bit. So you're right. There are important differences from a cultural standpoint. I think this can be overcome with basically recruiting the right team on the ground. And so the question becomes, how do you build a team that comes from very different regions and have the different culture or come from different culture? I think the most difficult elements when you go for a multi-region team is culture. Is how you build this into one single culture that is strong, where people look into the same direction, where basically the culture and the ethos of the company can absorb any friction that can exist between. This is a much more complicated question. There's no single truth in what I'm going to say, but I think the role of the founder there, spending time in these different markets and bringing the people together, is quite important. The only way to build multi-country companies is to have a company that are recruiting in different markets and attracting the talents in those markets. I think there's no shortcut basically to that.
Next question.
Walid Bela from Endeavor. Thank you, Khalid, for all these insights. Earlier, you mentioned also about exits, and I think to your point is very important. I wanted to get your perspective on, specifically in Africa, let's say, how do you feel about How do you feel about the ability of scale-ups to scale in a big way their revenue, and that is supposed to then lead to big exits? So, who do you see the big VCs or the big corporations that would be able to absorb these big exits in Africa specifically, because I think it's a little bit different from the rest of the world. And are you anxious or not about this topic as an investor in Africa?
First, I'm very anxious. The team will tell you this. It's the only quality probably that I have. Maybe not quality actually, but. So how to grow revenue? I mean, this is the $100 billion question that I wouldn't know how to answer. But yes, you have to grow revenue. If you want to create an interesting exit, you have to grow your revenues. I think you need to create growth. This is the rule of the game in VCs. Otherwise, you have to work into something different. Then what kind of exits? This is a very interesting question. So. There will be probably different kinds of exits. The most interesting ones will probably come from what we call other industry players. So it can be a technology company buying a local company in Africa. It can be a major competitor globally acquiring a company, which like Kareem has been acquired by Uber. These are probably the most important, and these also are emblematic exits. So basically that will stay over time, and on which basically they will build more flows of investors coming, but also will build a new type of investors which are actually the former founders that become investors. This is a very important step that we are starting in Africa with a few exits that have been happening in Nigeria and other markets. Then there's another way to exit for funds, which is basically taking a secondary on a round. And so a lot of, I don't know where Zach is in the room, but there's some funds that start very, very early at pre-seed and even before, and those can actually exit at the Series A, Series B. That's enough. You don't need to be too greedy, basically, to create liquidity for your investors. There's a last way to exit, which is basically using private equity funds. About a third of investment globally of PE today is into technology and innovation at late stage. And we're seeing this happening in Africa. There have been a few deals. We did one of the deals with the Micro Private Equity Fund, actually that was announced this week in Arabiat, which is a joint Egyptian company into the ad tech space. We invested with the PE fund into MFS and Move. So these are also a trend that can actually help some of the companies that will probably not be acquired by the very best in this world, but are still very interesting companies that can become profitable and that can be acquired there. All of this is happening right now, which is quite an interesting new trend.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so last question, really like a quick one and quick answer. Sorry.
Yannick, double for the partners. Hadi, thank you as always. Just a quick question. I want to take one data point from your presentation. So, fintech having the lion's share of VC investment, and try to apply that to the Tunisian context. First-time visitor, enjoying every minute of it. But how do you see the fintech revolution happening in Tunisia, knowing that it's been pretty cash-based?
We explained this together.
Yeah.
No, that's an interesting question. Listen, Tunisia's fintech still has a very big potential, but I think we're waiting for the central bank and some of the regulators to put in place the right framework from a regulatory standpoint. It's been one of the toughest one, and I think Tunisia and some of the countries like Morocco needed such a framework after independence in the 60s to the 80s. Things need to change. Obviously, there needs to be more openness, and I think some of the interesting examples to follow here are Egypt and Kenya, that's been at the forefront, and Nigeria right now, quite an important one that's been at the forefront of trying to innovating from a regulatory standpoint. In fintech, currently in countries like Tunisia or Morocco, you need to try to either be big or to try to be non-regulated and use partners to basically take up the hurdle of the regulation through banks or anything like this. That's the only way to go. On the payment side, you're absolutely right. There's more to be done. There are some interesting startups that were here yesterday evening, for instance, that are trying to play around the regulation on the gateway side, on the mobile money side. So I think there are ways that you can operate. Obviously, if the regulation doesn't help, it's a bit more challenging for investors and for entrepreneurs to succeed there.
Thank you, Khaled Benjilani. Bravo.
Thank you very much.
Lots of insights with you, Khaled. We're gonna move on now with our next sequence. It's gonna be a panel discussion about exits grow in the MENA region versus the North Africa region. How can North Africa accelerate their startup life cycle? So I'm gonna call here on stage. I'm gonna ask to join us on stage Asma Bouzaidi from Flat 6 Lab, Ibrahim Ramadan, Sawari Ventures, Walid Bellara, Endeavor Global, Mr. Alaya Bataib, Smart Capital, and Abigail Thompson, FMO. Yeah, there you go. She'll be moderating. Abigail, they are yours. They are yours. Walid?
Good morning. Hello, good morning. Good morning, AfricArena. So, yeah, I think we've got an interesting panel subject ahead, which is building on a topic that's come up a couple of times this morning already. Just to introduce myself quickly, I'm Abigail Thompson. I'm working in the FMO Capacity Development Team, and I work alongside the Ventures Program, which is a fund investing in early stage businesses, and also funds across Africa, Middle East, and Asia. I'm joined here today by some panelists. We've got Walid Balaga from the Endeavour, Tunisia, and also operating across managing and coordinating across the region. We've got Ibrahim Ramadan here from Sawari Ventures, which is based in Cairo, and Asma from Flat 6 Labs. I think a lot of startup programs also across the region, but representing Tunisia today. And Alaya also has already introduced Smart Capital very eloquently earlier today. So really looking forward to the inputs on this important subject. And I'm wondering if we feel a little despondent about this title. It seems to suggest that, and to imply that North Africa is significantly behind neighboring regions here, like the Middle East, in terms of exits. So I will maybe start by asking the panelists this question. Do you feel despondent, or are there reasons to be cheerful? And maybe representing your organizations in terms of what you're doing to address this. So from my left, take it away.
Hi everyone, again Walid Balaga from representing Endeavour in Tunisia, and we cover also Algeria from Tunisia. And at Endeavour we support scale-up stage organizations and support them accelerating their growth in multiple ways. With presence in 40 markets globally. So personally, one of the main reasons I'm feeling optimistic about basically the trends that we are seeing in North Africa is in the last few years, like if you think about the entrepreneurial scene about 5 to 6 years ago, it's completely different from what it is today. And one of the main reasons I do feel optimistic about what we are seeing today is today we have success stories that we definitely did not have in the last few years. Some of the companies we are supporting, such as Insadip, Expensia, Cognera, etc., are being a huge inspiration for the local ecosystems and are attracting talent and actually inspiring the next generation, something that was mentioned earlier by Khaled, inspiring the next generation to move into this entrepreneurial space is a key piece in order to create the next startups, obviously, but with these next these current success stories, we're gonna very quickly in the next few years, we're gonna see even more exits. We're gonna be seeing a lot of stock options being converted into real money, and we're gonna be seeing a lot of employees starting their own startup employees or scale-up employees starting their own startups, and that is actually going to be. We are actually, I think, today at an inflection point where that trend is going to accelerate.
Ibrahim, do you agree? And since you've had your hand in a couple of these exits, maybe you can talk more about that.
Well, you know me. First of all, it's not 39 versus 2. It's more of 39, which includes more than 12 from North Africa. So let's say it's more of 20-something to 12 that I know of. But, so I don't see that much of a discrepancy between what's happening in GCC and North Africa. GCC has significantly higher liquidity in North Africa at the moment. Just see the amount of funding available per capita there versus here. So for me, it's, first of all, the title 39 versus 2 was not accurate, a tiny bit misleading. But this goes back to the kind of exposure and the kind of the things that the media gives for everyone else. But so we have Endeavor to thank for their reports. You're taking us there bit by bit. So I would start off by challenging that title altogether.
Yeah, I'm joining both of them. So I'm saying that we shouldn't be ashamed of this number. What we've done all those 5 years, it's huge. So there are a lot of achievements that we need to consolidate, and that's what we are working on. Before talking about exits, we are talking about labeling startups thanks to smart capital. We are talking about structures which are taking place in the ecosystem. We, as Flat6 Labs, we are very active in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and we are very active with our startups. So in 5 years, we have invested in now, counting the running cycle, 75 startups, which is good, I think, so for starters. So we need to be proud of what we've achieved so far. There is a lot to do, still a lot to do, and we are raising awareness about entrepreneurial ecosystem. We are pushing students and pushing people to initiate and to do initiatives, to do businesses, to go into the startups world. So there is a lot of layer of raising awareness, a layer of then support system, a layer of funding, and then there is too many milestones to do before talking about exits. So now we're starting to have success stories. We're starting to have like InstaDeep, Expansia, and now we have in our portfolio Go My Code, which they have made the fundraising the biggest fundraising for an edtech in Africa. So this is huge. That's what we should applaud. And we have also What Now, which have done $1 million of fundraising. So those are the success stories that we have. And the next step, we will talk about exits.
Thank you for the question. In fact, following, what I know, in fact, from the region, I'm very keen, in fact, about to see who's exiting and who's not exiting. So if I go into the details of those who are exiting, in the region, in the Gulf, essentially, I'm really sure they are in trade, consumer goods, and all these things. But probably, and I agree with my colleagues what they've been saying, as far as you are really investing in technology, as far as you are innovative and scalable, I'm not afraid. The example Esma is saying about Expansia and InstaDeep, they are not exiting, but they are raising funds. This is an excellent site that they can really exit, very soon. With an excellent... so I think what we put in Tunisia, within the Startup Act, and we are labeling those who are innovative and scalable, reassure me that the future, of these companies, both in raising funds and later in exiting, is not a really big issue. If we keep on this trend and then this strategy and going and working essentially on technology, this will really give an excellent hope for both fundraising and exiting.
Thank you. And I think maybe to put some sort of meat on the bones here, could we talk about one of these exits? So I know that that Harmonica, now rebranded to Hawaii, is quite one of these success stories that I think we can be proud of, as you're saying. So could we talk about that? Maybe Ibrahim and Asma, since you're both involved there, and just are there some lessons learned that you could share with this audience?
Yeah. So Harmonica, does it work? So Harmonica, this is our first exit as Flat6 Labs in the regional level. Sorry. So that was in the Egyptian office, our Egyptian office. So it was in the first cohort of the Egyptian fund, FAC. So it was back to 2017 that Harmonica joined Flat6 Labs at that time. And of course, when they came, it was the founder who came to us, Sameh, and he still didn't have an MVP when he came to us. So they joined the program, the acceleration program, and we pushed him to launch his MVP. That's what we did during the program. And he started having, so the idea is to have a sense of the market, of course. So he launched his MVP, he started to understand the market, he started to have some traction, and then one day there is a user who who talked about harmonica, and it went viral. So it passes from 5,000 users to 200,000 users, and all that during the acceleration program. So it was interesting to see the traction, to see the fact that you can be a dating app, because yes, I didn't introduce the harmonica. Yes, it's a halal dating app. It's it's the halal version of Tinder. So it targeted the Muslim population, which is a conservative population. So you can be innovative when we talk about the target that you are taking and that you are your target. So it's a kind of a positioning that you are putting in place. So you don't need to be in a deep technology. You can be a dating app, but you just take the question in another way. So then after this, we support him, and we didn't stop the support even after the demo day, of course. Thanks to our regional connections, we 500 startups were part of our connections, so they got funded from 500 startups. We joined this round too, and then there is an event in UAE, so we invite him to that event, Harmonica. He went to that event, and at that event he was introduced to Match Group. So the Match Group is a global US internet company who got more than 45 dating apps. And that's when the conversation started. And when the conversation started, we were talking about fundraising. So they asked him for fundraising, and then they see that the visions were aligned, so it shifted. The conversations have shifted from fundraising to acquisition. So 3 months later, we were talking about acquisition, and the deal was sealed, and we did it. And the great thing of the story is that building a good relationship with the founder is very important too. Because all along the way, he was backed by us. He was always, we were always in a position of advising, of consultancy, and there is a lot of confidence, of trust. So we were seen not as investors, but also as partners. We were in the same side of the table with him. So he was protecting us somehow. So he was thinking of our interests, of us being comfortable with the exit, and us being comfortable with the valuation, and so on and so forth. And that's how it works.
Yeah, the only thing I can add here, because I was there when this was happening in Cairo. So the process with Match was not a typical thing that a founder that just started a company a year ago would come about, right? He's still basically learning what to do in Series A's term sheets, and now we're talking about an acquisition and an earnout and series of things that are quite new for almost everyone in our ecosystem. Sameh is an exceptional founder. He had built something that a giant as Match.com spent decades trying to crack how to enter the conservative markets. And he just did just like that. And so it was obvious that they needed Sameh more than actually his product. They needed his team. They needed how he was able to crack and grow within a span of 6 months like gangbusters. And Sameh knew his limitations. Sameh knew, I don't understand this investment realm. I don't want to be squeezed out, screwed over, or end up without getting what I actually deserve. And he asked for help. And this goes back to the kind of relationship that we try to build across Sawari and Fast6 Labs with the founders. We are your partners. We are there to help you. Our interests have to be aligned from day zero. From the first day we meet you, otherwise, get out of here. So Sameh is quite of a success story. and actually now he's starting a new company.
Okay, interesting. What I'm hearing is it's more than just the capital then.
Absolutely.
This is about providing the connections and the support.
Yes, and it's a question of opportunities too, because with Harmonica, and now it's rebranded Hawaya, we were shareholders for 18 months. So when they came to the accelerator, they didn't have yet their MVP. They launched their MVP, traction, success, acquisition, all this in only 18 months. So it's huge. So the opportunity, being very open to any opportunity that you got, is also very important.
So then the question begs itself, was this a bit of a fluke, or is this something that's like a pattern that can be continued? Have we built, is there a track record of these exits enough that you can start sort of following these models, or is this something that will continue to develop over the next?
Well, my dear colleague Farah here has another exit also within 18 months from the investment. But 2 consecutive hits of having a significant return that's within a short period of time is not a good enough indicator for what's going to happen going forward. I still expect to see the longer holding periods, the 3-4 years plus holding periods for our companies. And what we can do to those companies to help them actually reach that point is just do our job. Make sure that they are a good enough company, that they are doing everything properly, that they are on track. And then we will worry about when exactly we're exiting later. But first we need to cover the basics.
Interesting. So in terms of developing like the pipeline and accelerating this ecosystem towards exit then, I mean, Endeavor, this is a network of entrepreneurs, for entrepreneurs, and it's really had significant kind of global success, including a fund that invests and has been invested in the region as well. So how do you see the Endeavor role? Could it be bolder in the actions it's taking?
We did actually, talking about the fund, we do invest in our entrepreneurs, and we just closed the $290 million Delaware-based fund that invests in all markets where Endeavor is. That fund invested, talking about Tunisia and Algeria specifically, in Instadeep and Yesir, that are 2 portfolio companies. But the role that we play beyond investment, and by the way, we never lead the round. Our DNA is to always be on the same side of the table as our entrepreneur, even during the investment conversation and negotiation. So the major role that we play beyond investment is actually helping the creation of, or the accelerating the creation of these role models locally, supporting them multiply their impact locally. So if you think about these big success stories, and obviously these big entrepreneurs or successful entrepreneurs, the idea behind the model that we are trying to execute in every market is basically to help them, once they reach a certain level, start investing in the next generation of entrepreneurs, which is happening now in Tunisia, in our network. Start obviously mentoring these entrepreneurs, having employees of their scale up start their own startups and be supported by these founders. And so these are the things that are going to create the mafias of each one of these companies. So we have seen through the Karim exit and in the Endeavor network, the huge impact of that exit and the creation of multiple startups of Karim, led by employees of Karim once they converted their stock options, and we've seen that in UAE, in Egypt, and other markets. At the core, what we are trying to do is making sure they not only succeed, that then they multiply their impact in the ecosystem. And ultimately, we want them to be even part of our board at Endeavor, including at Endeavor Global. So recently, a couple months ago, Guillaume Poussas, who is the CEO of Checkout.com, actually joined the board of Endeavor Global, which is headed by Reid Hoffman, the founder of LinkedIn. And Guillaume is based in Dubai. So that tells you the level of actually the geographic spread that we're trying to execute even at the highest level of the organization.
So what I really like about this Endeavor model is how organic it sounds, right? You're talking about role models, about leveraging like the success that has taken place and paying that forward. Alaya, there's also an institutional approach for supporting the kind of entrepreneurial ecosystem. And I think you mentioned the example of InstaDeep. And in one of our preparation discussions, you also talked about this labeling benefits that have come from the Tunisian Startup Act. Is there something around this that can also be shared kind of regionally?
Thank you, Abigail. Yes, absolutely. In fact, labeling won't help really much on exit, but it help on really setting the base of technology, which probably later it will give an excellent chance, for the company to raise fund and to exit, as I said before. But in fact, as a national player of startups, of course, these kind of things, exit particularly, has been thought of. And I think the model that has been really set for the fund of fund, ANAVA, is quite, interesting in a way that we are really going to create 13 funds in seed, early, and late stage. So we feel that it's going to be probably natural, that probably the early will take over the seed and the late will take over the early. And there is certainly some exits which will be really done by takeover from one fund to another. Of course, probably it won't be for all the startups. So this is why we, for example, approach the stock market, Tunisian stock market, and we propose to them really to think about a secondary market for startups. And this is really happening in Tunisia. Me personally, I was the initiator of the alternative market in 2006. Unfortunately, it didn't continue. So many people were really working extremely hard for that. But at that time, it wasn't for startup. It was for what we called the innovative SMEs. Anyway, it didn't continue. But I think today, with the program being established, with mechanism being in place, with fund of fund being really creating, and boosting and the ecosystem of VC, etc., and with 750 startups today labeled, probably 1,000, 1,500 in the future, probably, to be very optimistic, 200, 300 of them will be invested and will be also growing, in the market. I'm sure the secondary market for startup will have its reason and it would have a sense, to be able really to, to reduce the risk of exits, for the fund that we are going really to close. We are also thinking about guarantee mechanism in order really also to absorb, whatever risk and write-off is going really to be on this fund, in order really that the managers will concentrate really on exits and through really the best deals, for this. And so, yes, we are really putting the ecosystems. Yes, we are really boosting, the VC ecosystem in terms of funds, but this issue is extremely important, and we think we are really thinking about also a mechanism which can really align these elements. Thank you.
This is a very optimistic panel in terms of both what we've achieved already and and what still needs to be worked on. But I think let's be interested in the whole panel's thoughts around are there things that other players can be doing to support in this kind of enabling environment around? What are still some of the challenges that remain that need to be addressed in this region? Walid.
So I would say if we start talking about exits and like success stories, we're obviously now talking about scale-ups, and we need to be aware that the challenges that scale-ups face are almost completely different from the challenges that they do face when they are at a startup stage. And like commonly we are much more aware of the challenges that startup face at an earlier stage than at a scale-up stage. And if being kind of a startup founder is kind of a lonely path, actually a scale-up is even a lonelier one, because you have even less people that have done it in the past and that you can relate to, that you can talk to. And part of what we do is that connecting these scale-up founders. One of the challenges that these scale-up founders face in a country such as Tunisia is that when you are building a company that reaches 250 employees, 300 employees, it's a complete transformation from a talent perspective that they go through. They no longer know the people they cross in the corridor by name, and there are challenges around maintaining culture and or building culture and assessing the team and things like that, and keeping talent at a high level that we help a lot with among the topics. But going back to Tunisia, we talk about a lot about the highway that we have of talent leaving the country. And one of the realities is that highway is a one-way highway, in the sense that our regulation today in Tunisia does not allow for Tunisian companies to hire foreigners to work in Tunisia. So this is a topic that we are working with the government, Smart Capital, and other organizations to try to fix. The reason, I mean, it was important maybe in the 60s, where the mindset was more to protect our local jobs. The reality today is countries like the UAE have been built on foreign talent, okay? And if you do not take that into consideration, and you're not able to attract very senior tech people, for instance, bring them to Tunisia, actually you will not be able to keep your local talent, because when a tech person, when an IT talent reaches like 3 years of experience, and they can no longer work with someone who can inspire them, they can learn from, that have had exposure to 5 different countries, worked in different scale-ups, etc., they will go look for that leader in the different countries. So our laws need to allow us to bring these senior talent in order to build a management level, a senior management level locally. And that's one of the answers that we need to bring, not only actually in startups, but I'm sure it is the case for multiple industries. So we need to kind of change the mindset around talent and be more open in our countries to foreign talent, and especially when we talk about, we have a lot to offer in terms of quality of life in Tunisia. So I know that many international senior talents are willing to move to Tunisia, to work in Tunisia, and our scale-up founders are telling us that. So by saying this, actually, it's not me saying this; it's the founders that we are supporting that, telling us this message, and we're trying to work together to address these type of local challenges.
Thank you. That's a really clear recommendation. Is this also in Egypt, an issue in Egypt, or is there something else like around sort of challenges that?
So I'm trying to think about and classify the exits themselves, right? So we have the consolidation approach, local one, 2 startups, or even regional, 2 startups, one slightly larger than the other, consolidating to acquire the market. And then we have what I would call somehow premature exits, companies that could have grown 100 times more with the right support, with the right network, with the right funding, but then the competitors think now it's time to make a move, otherwise they will come for my head or become too expensive later on to acquire. And then of course you have the ones that go all the way until the end. So for the smaller ones, the consolidating ones, they would require to have a bit more capital or the thought process of consolidation, because it's only started recently when companies started, laying off people and knowing that they're on a route to more or less failure, that they do this consolidation. And when they do it, they did it mainly through either waiting for it to close down and take it for nothing, or try to make it sound like a merger so that no one would be worse off. But it was never really, or not never, so far not done in that typical proper consolidation approach. The market's still too young for it to take its potential. So I'll focus at least on the premature ones because those are picking up fast. The founders, sometimes they get an offer that would guarantee them a very, very nice retirement when the lockup period expires. The investors, sometimes they like to have the quick exits because it's guaranteed money. But something that's fundamentally there, if the company believed it would still have the Series B, Series C, maybe D funding easily available, they would have felt that they have a more fighting chance to make even something bigger and better. So this actually kind of goes back there, that the journey after once you reach the scale can be a bit lonely. And in a market where the majority of investors are capped at Series B, I believe. How many Series C, Series D players we have here? Locally, at least. Doesn't exist. And then we have the final ones, the big ones, the big boys, the fund returners. We are still yet to see more of those happening. I believe over the next 2 to 3 years, there will be a lot of those. Because the ecosystem here is still quite young. We track data from 2015, but I believe that the actual start of things picking up is closer to 2018, 2019, when the market started picking up. So on Khalid's concern about exits, they are coming. We see them, it's happening. Don't worry, it's happening.
And I suppose I hope we have some time for questions. I was given a 5-minute warning, but the other session went over a bit. We've got some time for questions, great. So maybe if you can kind of summarize, Asma and also Alaya, on your kind of what else needs to be done. Like, are there some sort of recommendations that you have for how we can accelerate towards this environment of healthy exits?
So Tunisia is a small country, so for the startups, they need to expand the soonest. So what they have to do is to work on their fundamentals, the fundamentals of the startups. They need to have a good product, a clear vision. They need to persevere on all this stuff. And on our side, we need to facilitate all this for them. So we need to support them to have a good quality of a product, and we need to facilitate the funding for them. So I think that Tunisia needs to be put in the roadmap, in the map. Needs to be put in the map. So events like these, it's very important. to get investors in like these events. It's getting to know more about what's happening in Tunisia, about what the Tunisian ecosystem is made of, what's happening, what are the opportunities, and yes, we need to facilitate the investments into this market. So we need to open it more and to facilitate the co-investments.
Thank you. In fact, if I give a bit of history, I'm going to summarize, don't worry about it. But if I give a bit of history, Startup Act has been really promulgated because a lot of young people are fleeing the country after the revolution. So it has been made in order really to encourage talents, those who are innovative, to stay in Tunisia. We create, the Startup Act, and we give 22 incentives to those who are really willing really to set up their startup in Tunisia and probably to stay in Tunisia. When I take the responsibility in Smart Capital, from the first night I start to live a dilemma. What kind of dilemma? Is that I'm feeling and I'm seeing that all successful startups are quitting the country. Probably because of the conditions of the LPs who are going really to enter, or new LPs who are going to enter the capital, to impose them to really to have an office or to have an affiliation outside, in France and in Germany, etc., etc. And we are seeing it with Expansia, with InstaDeep, etc. So and also, by the way, in fact, this is a dilemma, yes, so I'm feeling that I'm really building an ecosystem which is going really to quit the country, But when you see other countries' startups, even in Europe who are really fleeing, well, not fleeing, but they are really going and setting base in Silicon Valley, the many Asian setting base in Japan or in China, etc., etc. I see that this is a really natural trend. So, but the most important thing probably, and why are these current existing? Because most of the startups are living for a better ecosystem, a better environment, when they can really have probably a better chance to grow, etc. So it starts by raising the fund, and it ends by an exit, which really probably they're set, all the company in general, internationally. I say that Tunisia has only one chance after this startup and all the efforts done really to put an ecosystem, which is, I'm extremely glad and honored to say that it's really inspiring a lot of African friends and countries. I think Tunisia has a lot to do to improve its ecosystem, at least really that when they are in Series A and B, they are still in Tunisia, probably when they are in C and D, for sure they are going really to quit. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm certainly finishing this panel feeling inspired for the potential Tunisia, and I think in the region as well. We have got some case studies already, and it's really from the sounds of it and all of the different entrepreneur support organizations that exist, it has that right platform to continue growing. Wasim, am I allowed to ask for a couple of questions from the audience? Fantastic. Please go ahead, and any questions that you have for our panelists on this subject of exits, or any other subjects that have been touched upon. Thanks, Yannick.
Thank you for the great conversation. So my question is more of a question. We look at the IPO landscape, the exit landscape in Africa is mostly acquisitions or secondary market or no IPOs. But I would like to hear from you, what would be your ideal exit landscape for Africa as a continent, thinking about the different portfolio companies that you have in different parts of Africa? What would be your Wakanda, basically, of exits? Your vision, ideally speaking?
Well, allow me. It depends. There are certain companies that from day zero, I know that they will never IPO, irrespective of how good the capital markets are, irrespective of everything. That's the kind of company that fits perfectly within something significantly bigger. So I cannot have this ideal scenario across the board. It's a case-by-case basis. There's a company. It could either be acquired by financial institution or IPO, but I would sure love to see it properly IPO because it can reach there. It will signal, it will propagate across the market for future generations to come to inspire them. So again, I would always stick to the basics, make sure I have a company that's growing properly, proper fundamentals, proper business models on the ground, and we'll take it from there step by step. You can only hope and wish, but in our industry, there are so many exogenous factors that you cannot really account for.
Any other questions?
Just I will follow with Ibrahim is saying. In fact, what's ideal, frankly speaking, is to have a strong stock market. Dedicated for startup. I dream really to have merger and acquisition within Africa. To see, big corporate created by the merger of many startups. Based in Africa, at least also to give a new image of Techno Africa. Developing. Today we have everybody recognize that Tunisia, of course, yes, but also Africa has a lot of talents. We have really to capitalize on these talents and build on it in order really to create big companies who are really based in Africa. And there is a lot of cases really happening. So this trend, I think, should continue in order really to see another Africa.
Hi, thank you. That was really interesting. Thank you all. So I've met some of you already, most of you, and I just heard your side of all that's going on, Mr. Alaya. It's super interesting. And I was wondering what kind of structure, what kind of support structure, and what kind of, in general, what kind of organization would be supporting startups and would be effectively supporting startups in Tunisia, to your opinion, all of you, the panel. What do you think is needed here in Tunisia?
For exit?
No, in general.
In general. In fact, wow, see, this is general thing. In fact, I made, I think, an introduction of what startup is really doing for the ecosystem in order really to boost, the culture of startup and essentially to create a new mindset. As I said early in my introductory note, the law is extremely, extremely important really to identify those who are hidden in the garage or to be able to discover, their talent is extremely, extremely important. And I'm very happy that this is inspiring many African countries. 19 African countries today are really developing their Startup Act. We are going really to receive a delegation next week from Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Benin. So I'm very, very happy that this is really happening in Africa. This is very, very important. Second is extremely important is the ecosystem. Is to get back, the startups on their needs. Whatever is not really offered by funds should be really, offered by institutions like us in order really to help startups really meet their needs on their development, on the early stage, seed, pre-seed development. Is also very, very important. I think within the ecosystem, we are really supporting the supporting structure, incubator, accelerator, startup studio. I think we need also another network, very, very strong network of mentors. This is very, very important. Mentors are key to help really startups really grow and develop. So this is also very, very important. Access to market, also another key element which all the startups need to be able to grow. So it's not only Tunisian market, very, very little. So they have really to have access
to the African international market in general, but African market also in particular. I think Africa today has a chance through the ZLECAf. En fait, in French is Zone de Libre-Échange Continentale Africaine, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is now happening, I mean, within Africa. I think it's very important really to think about startup and to make, how to say, a new group within the big group, which is dedicated to startup, in order that South African startup can really come to Tunisia and have all the advantage of the Tunisian one, Nigerian go to Egypt, Ethiopian go to Kenya, etc. So this is very, very important. By the way, Tunisian startup is really giving all its advantage to all people, I mean, regardless of their nationality, to set base in Tunisia. Today we have 20 or more nationality being labeled startup in Tunisia. It's very important. So we hope that all African countries will follow this example. If this is example also followed by other countries, we can move here and there. So this is excellent thing in order really to create a free trade agreement for startup in Africa. So this access market will be very easy. I mean, through this mechanism. I mean, cannot really move, cannot grow without money. So money is key, and I think Tunisia's example also is a good one. I mean, by creating a fund of fund in order really to create, I mean, all the mechanism and all the growth stage, pre-seed, seed, early, late, etc. And then you continue. Exit is another thing we are really thinking about, as I said, through, I mean, a dedicated stock market here in Tunisia, I mean, for startups. I think also this one also another excellent mechanism. I hope, of course, that once successful, it could really inspire a lot of African countries. Thank you for the question.
Thanks, Alaa. Ibrahim, you wanted to do a final point, and I think we need to wrap up for the next session.
One small thing to add. For me, something underlying. No matter what kind of support there is, mentorship, whatever it is very crucial that the institution providing those services are profit-seeking, capital gain-seeking, whatever it is that's actually going after, more a capitalistic approach rather than a KPI quota-checking approach, because this, one, ensures the sustainability of that kind of support. Two, their selection will not be biased towards certain KPIs. It will be biased towards actually making money. And us investors, we love making money with an impact. So if the ecosystem is supporting lots of companies that will never make money, we're not interested.
That was the bottom line. Thank you very much for your attention for the panel. Thank you to the panelists as well. It was very value for me indeed, and I do think that the Tunisian startup story has certainly got some relevance for a lot of the other African countries that we as FMO certainly are looking to invest in and looking to see that kind of regulatory environment and entrepreneur support environment to accommodate that investment. So thank you.
Thank you, Abigail.
Thank you. We're gonna go now with one interesting and expected keynote from Zakaria George. Where's Zakaria? He's here. He's ready. Thank you, everyone. So please have a seat. We're gonna continue with Zach George, a keynote on Leap of Faith, emerging fund manager experience. He's a managing partner of Launch Africa. So many startups here know Launch Africa or probably are expecting to have a chat with Zach George during these 2 days. So please, let's follow together the keynote and give him a round of applause for Zach George.
Just give us a couple of minutes because we're just switching slides. So a slight technical thing. Nate, will you just give us a shout when you're ready? Is that cool? Good morning, everyone. Welcome, bonjour. That's about it. I can do 2 languages out of English. About 20 years ago, I was sitting in one of these rooms at Stanford University, and there was a professor that said something to the class. I typically sit in the back benches because I couldn't bother much with lectures back then. And he was talking about risk. And every entrepreneur here in the room has some idea of risk-reward trade-offs. And he mentioned the concept of the greatest risk of all is a risk of not doing what you want on the bet that you can buy yourself the freedom to do it later. And I sit here in this room, or stand here in this room with some incredible entrepreneurs that have traded a lot of financial stability, a lot of less risky careers to really follow their passion. And the one thing that I will say is the only people that do incredibly significant things in their life, not just successful things, are people that have a healthy obsession. I was asked a couple of weeks ago by the AfricArena team to talk about something that's not often spoken about, which is what is the... Hello? Check. Journey when you raise a fund. Our fund, Launch Africa Ventures, which was born out of almost 7 years of running accelerators on the continent, focuses on themes that are increasingly difficult for international investors to understand. There's the Africa risk, there's early stage risk, there's technology risk, there's currency risk. So 2 years ago, of co-running with my co-founder Philip, who's sitting this technical. It was one of the hardest things to do for a lot of fund managers that want to understand how can I get more involved in VC? How do I talk to LPs? And what are some of the tips that you have as a fund manager to, should I just use that? Okay.
Check. Oh, it's much better. So, who are we? So Launch Africa launched about 2 years ago in the midst of COVID to attempt to be one of the only truly Pan-African funds that invests in pre-Series A, seed and pre-seed companies across the continent, to shake up an ecosystem that traditionally has only been run by friends, family, and angel investors. It was a very bold thing. And just like almost every entrepreneur here, we got a lot of no's. People doubted us. And there will always be people, and hear me out here, that will wish for your failure. Because fundamentally, even though human beings are good people, when you go against the grain as entrepreneurs and you want to build something and you have a healthy obsession with something, people will always look back at you and say, you can't do it. But when you achieve that threshold, all of a sudden, everyone wants to be part of that success, right? Failure has a lot of whiners, and victory has a lot of people that want to be part of it. So here, I thought I'd just spend 20 minutes talking about if anyone here wants to support entrepreneurs, and I'm assuming people are here because they want to support entrepreneurs, what are some of the tips and challenges and how you overcome them that you will never learn at business school on how you can successfully launch an emerging market VC fund to help the ecosystem, even if it means going against the grain and doing things that traditionally aren't accepted, right? So, some facts. We are a $30-odd million fund that is now invested in 120 technology startups across Africa from 20 different countries. We've done 4 investments in Tunisia, quite a few in Egypt and Morocco. And alongside our LPs that number more than 200, again, we've broken a lot of rules in venture capital. And I'm here to tell you that as an entrepreneur, do not be afraid of breaking rules and challenging conventional wisdom. Don't be a rebel without a cause. Be a rebel with a cause. And that's how you build significance, not just success. So what did we do? One of the things about funds is getting your structure right. That beautiful island you see on your right is Mauritius. And there's a reason why I talk about it. Traditional venture capital, as we heard in the last panel, is dominated by big institutions. So DFIs, all the three-letter acronyms you can think of, CDC, FMO, ABC, XYZ. And if you look at the amount of capital that DFIs have put directly into companies and through funds, DFIs probably control more than 85%. And I think my friend Ibrahim from Sawari mentioned this the other day. Where's Ibrahim? Is he here? No. So the majority of individuals and families that are intellectually curious about helping startups in Africa have no way to help them unless you invest directly into companies. So what did we do? In Mauritius, you have multiple fund structures that allows individuals to become shareholders in companies and not LPs. So you have the economics of an LP-GP structure, but the ease of administration of a company. So we broke a lot of rules, just like you founders do, and we set up a company where we could take in checks as little as $10,000, where you have Tunisians, South Africans, Kenyans, Nigerians that live outside of the continent that want to help founders on the continent, and they could do it through a structure that previously excluded the vast majority of investors. The vast majority of funds will not allow you to be an LP unless you have $1 million of liquid assets outside of your primary residence. Did you guys know that? Right? So when you set up a fund to invest in early stage entrepreneurs like yourselves, always think of the structure and how you can move things around to help the ecosystem. For every action, I mean, Newton said, for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. So with every decision that you make that bends the rules, have a reason for it. LPs, to popular opinion, are actually very nice people. You just have to have conviction as to why you're doing something. LPs get a bad rep, but LPs want to know that you as the GPs understand why you're doing something, what are the pros, what are the cons, and they're actually really nice people. We have 238 LPs in our fund, and we're on good terms with 99% of them. Number two. Gosh, why is this? Oh, there we go. Waterfalls, right? As a GP raising a fund, be very, very clear on your fund life, your fees, your carry structure, your capital call procedures. And here's an important thing. It doesn't matter what the structure is, or what the waterfall structure is, or what the fees are. You have to have a reasonable justification for why you do it. I'm going to repeat this throughout the presentation. LPs, corporate partners, do not care what the structure is, but you have to understand why. So in our fund has 7 years. Most venture capital funds have between 10 and 15-year useful fund lives. 5 plus 5 plus 1 plus 1, 3 plus 5 plus 2 plus whatever. Our fund's 7 years. And there's a reason why it's 7 years, because early stage investing in Africa has been dominated by institutions coming in very late, expecting larger funds to buy out or take out significant parts of C and D and E rounds. Little liquidity for angels like a few of you here, right? And the vast majority of Series B and Series C rounds in Africa are massively oversubscribed. So we decided that the only way we could galvanize more angel investors to invest in tech startups, to become LPs in early stage funds, was to change the way we looked at exits. The vast majority of our exits, not just in Launch Africa, but even the fund we ran before this at Startup Bootcamp, is through secondaries. And why are secondaries important? Until about 3 years ago, the vast majority of founders, let's say hypothetically a founder was raising a $5 million Series A at a pre-money of $20 million. And we spoke about this during the unconference. The majority of founders do not own more than 50% of stock in their own company post-Series A, which is a crying shame. So one way of circumventing that and not under-allocating money to interested investors is to allow a certain limited amount of secondaries for early investors. Because let's be honest, beyond the seed and seed extension phase, angel investors don't really add a lot of value. And it's okay to provide liquidity. And I take it one step further and even say founders don't want to be living on peanut butter sandwiches and toast and scrambled eggs the rest of your life, living in their parents' basement, because share certificates don't pay school fees. What do I mean by that? You need to be able to have a certain amount of liquidity as a founder that justifies the need for you to continue going to work every day, hoping that one day you're going to become a $100 million company or a unicorn. So investors need to be more okay and off the table, even if it's just a tiny amount. So a big part of our fund strategy is to do secondaries, and it's happened. What you will not see in the media, by the way, is when you see these mega rounds announced by companies like Flutterwave, CUDA, Aerobotics, InstaDeep, all the big InstaDeep in Tunisia, is a big part of these rounds include secondaries that is never reported in the media. Why? Because it's never disclosed. When a big fintech in Africa did a massive Series C round, I won't mention who, almost 30% of the round was secondaries, right? So again, as a fund, be able to justify your fund life, and just be confident about it. And LPs will eventually understand. Nothing changing? Sorry. It's just really slow. There we go. One of the things that GPs, right, venture capital in Africa is at best 9 to 10 years old. So no one expects you to be a fifth-time fund manager with 21 exits. But the reality is a track record as an angel, your track record as an angel syndicate, your track record as an accelerator is all very important. So don't expect to be able to convince people that you are able to manage their money if you can't show concrete examples of how you've delivered returns for your stakeholders. And use case studies whenever appropriate. The number of decks on companies that I've seen that don't have case studies is absolutely shocking. Number 4, the ideal setup for any VC fund, similar to a startup, is you've got to run your fund like an investment bank. I used to be an investment banker in the 20s. And you've got to have a front office, a middle office, and a back office. Running a fund where, as the GPs, you're not able to talk to LPs, so you've got to have a team that screens, identifies sources, and vets deals, pushes it to your IC, and have a team that looks at portfolio synergies, investment tracking, reporting, and post-investment monitoring. Running a fund is not an easy process. It's one of the hardest. It is about 10 times harder to raise money for a fund than it is to raise money for as a startup founder. And you have to be super methodical in how you structure the front office, middle office, and back office responsibilities. I've seen quite a few fund managers who want to run VC funds, and you've got 2 GPs and maybe an analyst. And then you wonder why they struggle to raise money. And that leads into another point, which is conviction about how you source your deals. Almost every LP will ask you very direct questions about how you source deals. As a fund, you have to have a unique selling proposition that as to why you and why not someone else from a deal sourcing perspective. It could be your relationship with accelerators, it could be your relationship with corporates, it could be your relationships with syndicates. But we're getting to a point where the power balance that used to sit with investors is slowly but surely shifting to founders. So unless a VC is able to tangibly deliver 4, 5, 6 reasons why they can add a lot more value than just their money, you will be not just priced out of deals, you will be shut out of deals. So you've got to be able to really convince why you as a fund, and these are just tips for fund managers, why your fund will get the best deals, and that will also lead into the type of instruments you use. So when you do an early stage fund, how many of you have raised money as founders and have done priced rounds in your first or second round of funding? Priced rounds as in common equity, preferred equity. What is the average time it takes to do a priced round from a legal standpoint? So I'll give you some perspective. Yeah, but 4 or 5 months, right? So until about 3 or 4 years ago, the average African startup would spend 4 to 5 months raising a $500,000 to $1 million seed round. And what is the average runway that startups have when they raise seed capital? 9 to 12 months. So you're now spending between 50 to 60 to 70% of your time raising money. And then what happens from a runway perspective? 3 months later, you're raising money again. And a big chunk of that is because of the huge amount of time it takes for legals. So about 13 years ago, sorry, not 13 years ago, 10 years ago, safe notes were introduced by YC. There are similar structures now called KISS notes and BSA heirs. But the reality is, as an early stage fund, if you take more than 8 weeks to make a decision on a pre-Series A startup, you will lose out. It's as simple as that. So your role as a good fund manager is to eliminate every single time period. So you basically have 4 to 5 major types of DD. There's legal DD, there's technical DD, there's operational DD, financial DD, and the fifth one, which almost everyone forgets, is human DD. Now, using convertible notes, safe notes, and instruments like that can literally shrink your legal DD time from a term sheet perspective to a couple of days. Working with accelerators, where you have prominent organizations like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, etc., doing detailed tech audits on companies before you even take them to IC, will typically shrink your technical DD down to less than a week. So the whole point is you've got to be able to, as a fund manager, clearly articulate how you can do something in a thorough manner, but efficiently. And this is how you build traction in the industry and are truly founder-friendly, but still conform to industry standards. Like I mentioned earlier, what is your exit strategy? One of the hardest things in a fund that people don't talk about is constructing your portfolio. These are some tips for founders. How many of you as founders, the energies, I can tell it before lunch, so people are a bit hungry. How many of you as founders do active DD on your investors? And how many of you go and look at an investor's portfolio before you even approach them? I see a couple of hands. And that's the problem, right? Do you know how attractive it is to a VC when a founder comes to you and says, hey, I'm so-and-so, I'm building this platform for this industry and these are my users. Everyone hears that all the time. But if someone says to you, I noticed that you've got this company in your portfolio and you backed them 6 months ago and they're doing reasonably well, but they're struggling with this. I think in addition to us being a potential company for you, helping you with this, we can help your portfolio companies. One of the hardest things for VCs to do is construct portfolio where they optimize how portfolio companies work with each other. Of them. Andreessen Horowitz is another one, and there are a couple on the African continent that do this well. But one of the quickest ways to get the attention of good VCs is to really understand optimization within their portfolio. If you can fit a cog in their wheel that makes the lives of their portfolio companies better, it is so easy to get into a VC fund's IC. But way too often, even last night, I had founders approaching me at the VC night and just literally sending us decks. How does that help? It just reeks of spray and pray. Do you know when you cook spaghetti and you literally throw spaghetti in the wall? If it sticks, al dente, it's good. And it's the stupidest, but I see why people do it because it's the law of averages. But you really have to respect the process and understand, why would someone give you money if you don't make the effort to understand how it benefits them, right? And that's a big part of how VCs work, is we construct our portfolios to make sure that we're not just betting on single horses, we're betting on horses that can work together, right? A couple of slides, I just threw up a few memes. This is from a series called The Office. Communication. One of the most important things, and not just in the VC world, in partners, husbands, wives, parents, children. When in doubt, over-communicate. From a fund perspective, as founders, over-communicate with your investors. No one in the history of venture capital told a founder, can you please stop sending me so many reports? Did anyone say that? The same thing with GPs. But at the same time, understand who calls the shots. LPs don't run your fund. You do. You're accountable to them, but they don't run your fund. In the exact same way that investors should never run a company. So what does that mean? Have a clear communication strategy. If it's quarterly reporting, if it's semi-annual portfolio reports, if it's annual financial statements, be very, very clear about how you communicate. And set clear boundaries of what you expect from them and what they expect from you. And err on the side of over-communicating. I'm going to try and breeze through this in a minute, but these are some ways in which VCs should be adding value outside of just their capital. And I would encourage any founders here, in your first or your second meeting with a VC, question them, right? So here are a few things that VCs should be doing outside of just their capital. A VC should be introducing you to other investors. It could be their own LPs. It could be other funds that they actively co-invest with. But you need to hold your VC accountable. So good VCs will always be introducing you to other investors, either for the same round or for future rounds. The number of VCs that don't do this is actually shocking. VCs should be helping you with media exposure. As a founder, there's a concept called confirmation bias, where you think you're the best thing since sliced bread, and you think that you deserve to be on Bloomberg, on Forbes, on TechCrunch. No, you don't. Maybe you do if you've achieved a certain amount of success and traction. But guess who gets media companies to listen to them? It's your investors. And it's the same thing in life as well. The moment you have third-party validation for what you do, it suddenly is just taken more seriously. So hold your VCs accountable. Tell them what you've done, and ask them if you think it's worth helping with media exposure. And by the way, media exposure comes in many ways. It's not just press releases. Talk to your VC and say, hey, I'd really like to be at AfricArena. I'd love to be at Web Summit. Could you help me get into South by Southwest? Or digital virtual conferences. Ask your VCs to help you with media and PR. And if they don't, that is a slight red flag. VCs have the single biggest challenge that founders have outside of capital, and often the most important thing, increasingly, is talent. There is an acute shortage, not just of developers, software architects, designers, UX and UI experts, digital marketing folks. VCs have dozens, scores of applications and really high quality talent that they see every day, that they should be helping you with. I'm not asking you to make your VC an HR recruitment firm, no. But they have to proactively help you if you reach out to them. So digital talent is extremely important. Ask your VC for help with things like IP, holdco, opco structures, legals when you move into different geographies. How do I set up? Do I set up a branch in if you're in Tunis and you want to expand to Morocco? Hey, Mr. VC, that's backed us. Can you help us with some ideas around cross-border expansion, access to lawyers, tax advisors? Right? There are a lot of things that good VCs do that makes them stand out. And what's in it for the VC? Often VCs that do this consistently get much better terms on deals. So it's actually a very selfish thing. But you have to be able to do that genuinely and consistently with your founder's best interests in mind. So non-financial value add, an extremely important thing, especially at the early stage. Right? And hold your VCs accountable. Setting up a fund. I love this slide. So the majority of VC funds for years, decades, would typically have 2 partners, maybe 3. And if you had your classic 2-20 split, the 20 points of carry would be split between who? The 2 GPs, 10 points each. Bob's your uncle. Right? In today's world, what do you think the average number of months or years, I'm giving you a hint there, is that Gen Zs and younger millennials stay in one company? I'll give you a hint. In my father's generation, it was around 25 years. My father worked at the central bank of a big Middle Eastern country for 42 years. In my generation, I'm 40, it's about 7 to 8 years. What's it in the current Gen Z, well, young millennial generation? What do you think? I dropped a hint earlier. It could be months or years. It's about 18 months, the average. Now, if you live in a world where brand loyalty, company loyalty is at all-time lows, and the switching costs are so low, you cannot pay someone out of their way to make them stay. Employees are motivated by so many different things. Culture. What is your policy towards environmental, social, and governance? Benefits. Carbon footprints. Flexible working hours. Travel. Something that we could never have thought about a generation ago. But let's talk economics for a second. I'm going to pull up Mohammed in the crowd here because he's one of our store employees. You gotta really, if you want to work with millennials and Gen Zs, you really, really have to understand what motivates them. Back in the day, if you had an offer from JP Morgan or McKinsey and they paid you $100,000 a year when you were 25, you would take it with your eyes closed, right? Some of you may still do that. But the reality is, if you actually pay attention, if you're a boomer or a Gen Xer, and you actually make an effort to go and see what motivates young people to work, you'd realize that it's a lot different from just money. So, as an example, in our fund, our carry structure, assuming you guys know what carry is, 40% of our carry, 37.5, but yeah, close to 40% of our carry is shared outside of the GPs. Something completely unheard of. So analysts, venture partners, investment committee members, board members, everyone benefits when the fund benefits, not just the partners. And you'd be amazed how incredible amounts of talent you can get. And think about this, by the way, as founders, it's not just for funds. Have you really gone into the mind of your employees like we go into the mind of our employees at a fund? What motivates them? Have you asked them? You know, what is the interview process at tech startups or at funds? Right? One of our employees turned down a massive, massive salary at a very prominent investment bank to come and work for us. Because we understood that things like social validation, the ability to have a significant role in an organization is often more valuable than just money, right? So really understand short-term versus long-term incentives as a founder or as a fund manager. And it can often change the attitude and mood in your company. And often that 18-month average period of staying in one company could inch up to maybe 3 years or 5 years or your fund life, right? Patience. Just like founders will have to spend hundreds of hours on calls with investors, us fund managers spend thousands of hours on calls. So just be prepared for burnout, because it is a real thing. I've lost track, we spend 2 years raising our fund, but 22 months. But you've got to be smart about, a little tip here that you won't learn at business school is, have your initial LP calls with people that will most likely forgive you for screwing up, right? And make mistakes. You've got to have an FAQs, a frequently asked questions list that evolves after every call and make rigorous notes. Do that as founders, by the way, when you pitch to investors. Ask them for feedback. Never, ever, ever take no for an answer. Always figure out why someone said no. No's are good. Long no's are the worst. Just, if that happens, just what's the word that millennials use? Cancel them. But be prepared. Fundraising is a slog, and it gets easier in your second round, in your second fund. As a fund manager, one of the hardest jobs we have is saying no. But have the basic human courtesy. I know this is directed more towards fund managers, but to founders as well. Have the basic courtesy to explain why you said no to someone. The other important thing that is very important from an LP balance perspective. LPs are the ones that fund your fund, and LPs often tend to have reasons why they want to do a deal and why they don't want to do a deal. In our fund, we allow our LPs to send deals to us as referrals, but we make it very, very clear that an LP referral for us is what it is, just a referral. And you've got to have I'm going to be politically correct, you've got to have the cojones, that's a word if I'm allowed to say that, to say no to your LPs, because you're a GP, right? So normalize being able to say no to founders and to your LPs, because ultimate opinion and our experience, the best deals come from really good founders. Of our 120 companies, I could say the top the top quartile of our deals have come from founders that are referred to other founders. Because founders know how to build companies. LPs don't. A good investor does not make a good founder. So just have those lines drawn in the sand and have a very clear path of communication. I think I'm going over my time, but I'm going to try and go through this quick. Co-investment opportunities. I'm not sure how many funds here have a clear strategy around co-investments. One of the things that we did in our fund as Launch Africa was we allowed each and every LP in our fund, if they wanted to, the opportunity to co-invest in deals alongside us, provided there was space available in the round. Why is it important? It goes back to being founder-friendly. Founders spend way too much time raising money. Now, if you're a GP, and in our case we have a lot of LPs, but even if you have just 20 LPs in your fund, if you tell a founder, we're going to lead you around or co-lead you around, and guess what? Whatever is left that you need to raise, we will take that and show it to our LPs, and they can make an independent decision as to whether they want to invest in you. We're going to save you 2 months, 3 months, 4 months in your time fundraising because we'll open doors to you. And guess what's even better? We're going to give it to you completely free. No fees. Now, you could argue, if you're a greedy bastard, and say, hey, but that's money on the table. You could charge for co-investment. You could charge carry on that. You could set up an SPV and make... But the reality of it is, does it benefit the ecosystem? Does it benefit founders? And your North Star should always be what is benefiting founders and their stakeholders, right? So in our fund, we decided that we would not charge any fees or carry on co-investment. As a result, when we lead a deal, pre-Series A, the deals close a lot quicker because our LPs co-invest with us. The founders spend less time fundraising, and these companies get to better revenue traction because the founders actually work on their companies, not on the fundraising. And it selfishly benefits us and our LPs because we have better opportunities to create returns. So we may have dropped a few pennies on fees and carry on co-investments, but the ecosystem has done better. You see what I'm saying around being penny wise and pound foolish? Right. Again, this isn't for everyone, but this is just something, this entire presentation is an FYI. Take it or leave it. Right. A lot of you as fund managers looking to raise capital understand that raising capital is hard, and sometimes you have to give a little to receive a lot. So have a clear mechanism in place for referral incentives, right? Incentivize people. So in our fund, almost 50% of our entire fund came through second and third degree referrals. But as much as we believe that human beings are good people intrinsically, and they are, ultimately, if you believe in fair value exchange, you allow someone a small amount of upside. But have it linked to your own funds. As much as possible, make referral incentives convertible into equity in your fund and not just cash. Or give them the option to have a mix. But get people to work for you and become your biggest brand ambassadors. You can't do it yourself. You can. It might take you 5 years to raise a $100 million fund, but it might take you a year. But make sure you incentivize people. I can talk for hours about this particular slide. Cool, no, it's cool. It's figure of speech hours. Diversity and inclusion. Until about 5 years ago, the vast majority of funds in Africa, venture funds, didn't look like that. And diversity is gender, it's culture, nationality, age, race, it's everything. The average, people talk about diversity in portfolio companies. The average portfolio company in Africa has less than 2% female founders. But the importance of diversity is at 3 levels. It's at, what does your portfolio company situation look like? What does your venture team look like? Your GPs, your board, your IC, investment committees, your advisors. And what does your LP structure look like? Why don't we have more female LPs in funds? Why don't we have younger people as LPs in funds? So diversity is such an important part of a fund's performance and its likelihood to succeed. And it has to happen at all levels. The team, the portfolio companies, and the LPs. Our portfolio of 120 companies, 25% of these companies are women-led, and 91% of them are run, we are obviously a Pan-African fund, are run by African founders. Nothing against expat founders, but we believe that when we support African founders building solutions for the African continent, in the long run, it creates a better incentive for the next generation of founders. Diversity is extremely important, and I'd encourage everyone here, LPs, GPs, and founders, to make that a cornerstone of your company thesis. To your founders, as GPs in the room, who knows what movie that is? Has anyone watched that film before? Any Given Sunday. Those of you who haven't watched it, please watch it. It's such an incredible movie. It's that speech from Al Pacino will literally leave you with, like, goosebumps. Be a coach to your founders, not a captain. VCs cannot run companies. VCs can coach companies. They can't run companies. The number of founders that have diluted so much that literally their VCs run their companies for them with all their preferential rights, liquidation preferences, participating rights. Ultimately, the founder literally sits there one morning on any given Sunday, no pun intended, and who runs a company? So VCs have to be disciplined and say, we're your coaches, we're not captains. Guys, girls, watch this speech. It's called Any Given Sunday, Al Pacino. Incredible movie. Last couple of slides, and then I'm done. Work in Africa, the vast majority of companies, I'm almost done. The vast majority of companies that succeed in the tech startup space are B2B. So insurance companies, banks, retailers, telcos, extremely important. As a fund manager, make sure that you're constantly talking to champions of industry and introduce them to your portfolio companies. One of the most important things that founders often don't understand, and it's your responsibility as a VC to be constantly looking for ways in which you can introduce them to the heads of innovation at these large corporates. There we go. Founders will hate me for this. Don't be afraid to be the first to deliver news, good or bad, to your LPs from our perspective, or as founders to your investors. Contrary to popular belief, there is nothing wrong with delivering bad news. Just be the first one to say it. Don't let someone else tell it to them, because that's where you're a hypocrite. And it comes across as being disingenuous and hiding something from people. If any of our portfolio companies is struggling with regulation, with employee issues, we call our LPs. By the way, one of our companies is struggling with a Central Bank of Nigeria governance issue, and there's likely going to be some shit hitting the fan. We are working on it in A, B, and C. Straight up, honesty with your LPs. Transparent. You have no idea how LPs will respond to that in such a positive way, saying, oh my God, look at my GP or our GP. Good news or bad news, they communicate with us and they have an action plan for how to deal with it. in situations like that, even if the outcome is negative, you separate the journey from the destination, right? Extremely important for prospective GPs in the house is just do not be scared of bad news as long as you deliver it honestly and prudently. And the last couple of things, you cannot rest on your laurels as a fund manager. If not you, your venture partners, your analysts, you need to always be on top of what's happening in the industry. The rate of change of technology in multiple sectors, ed tech, health tech, AI, drones, sensors, there's new shit happening every day. And you cannot be a pertinent fund manager, or by the way, a founder, if you don't know what's happening in the industry. There's this classic American phrase, deer in the headlights. Oh shit, I didn't know about this regulation. Oh, did that really happen? So you have to be on top of what's happening in your industry. If you don't, people will lose confidence very, very easily in you. Final slide. And this applies to founders, my favorite slide of all. I often get asked this question almost every day of my life. How the hell, Zach, do you, or just everyone, how do you balance your work and your life? People talk about work-life balance. Sorry to burst your bubble, founders. The concept of work-life balance is a myth. I repeat, work-life balance, repeat after me, is a myth. However, there's a big however, work-life integration is not a myth. What's the difference? The difference is when you talk to the people in your life that matter the most to you. Could be your children, your spouse, a partner, your parents, your co-workers, doesn't matter. But your non-work life needs to integrate with your personal life. If you have to work weekends, if you have to travel, just integrate it. Make it part of your being. And as founders and as fund managers, make time to do things that you love. Meditate. Meditate doesn't mean sitting on a hill with 9 cats around you and chanting smoke signals. No. Meditation could be music. Meditation could be writing. It could be running. It could be going for a swim. But if you do not take time as founders or fund managers for things that completely take you out of your work, you will burn out. And your investors and your LPs, in our case, will not forgive you for it. Right? Parents especially, right? So, just a few tips. That's me personally. I use music as a way to meditate, and I spend time with my daughter. But remember, you will never find work-life balance if you're an entrepreneur. If you want work-life balance, go work at PwC, or I don't know. Fuck. I hope PwC isn't a sponsor. Are they a sponsor? Not yet. No. But integrate your work into your life, and it will make you a better boss, a better employee, a better partner, a better investor. And that's how you run a fund. If you ever get a chance, and if you're intellectually curious about how you run your business alongside your life, there's an incredible book. It's called The 5 Agreements by a very wise man called Don Miguel Ruiz. Read it. I know everyone wants to read books, 0 to 1, the hard things about how hard things, and all these self-help books. Read them, but read books about life and personal development. This is an incredible book. I don't get royalties for this. I just really like the book. And as founders and fund managers, nothing is impossible. Nelson Mandela, one of my biggest heroes, said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Zach. So we have time for 2 questions. 2 questions. 2.
Oh, questions. Ooh.
Yes, questions. 1.
Please ask tough questions. I hate easy questions.
Since you said tough, they only had easy questions. We have time for a question.
come on, I'm not that intimidating. I'm wearing a biker jacket. Come on, I can't be intimidating.
Yeah, it was somebody. There was one there, right? No.
Zach, you're in a unique position of investing in many regions in Africa and many countries at early stage. So what are the differences that you are seeing and maybe the common like trends or and what can different countries can learn from entrepreneurs from different countries can learn from each other?
I get asked that a lot. Good question. On that point, I want to just say running a fund Pan-Africa is not easy, but always, as this is true for founders as well, always use other people's networks above yours, right? So as a fund, we were able to do deals in Egypt and Tunisia as effectively as we can do deals in South Africa and Nigeria. So we work with a team of advisors that aren't paid for by us, but they work on behalf of our portfolio companies, and they sit on the advisory boards of our portcos. So we have an Egypt expert, a Tunisia expert, a fintech expert, and they are accountable to us, but sit on the boards of our portfolio companies. So that's how we can work with the efficacy of a $100 million fund, but with the resources of a $25 million fund, $30 million fund. But differences in how can founders benefit from other founders? We're seeing it a little better now in Africa, but way too many founders in, let's say, for example, Tunisia or Egypt have no idea what's happening in Nigeria. Or people based in Kenya have no idea what's happening in South Africa. And it's amazing the commonalities between founders in these regions is so high. And when founders actually get to meet each other in conferences like AfricArena, the similarities are so huge. And we see such incredible outcomes when people meet, when founders meet. So the one thing I would say in that point is there is a difference in the DNA of founders when it comes to how hard do I hustle, right? In Nigeria, every second coffee shop, you have people coding, people just ambitious, right? Good luck with seeing people at a coffee shop in Cape Town doing that, because it's an easy life, right? So founders need to see, okay, what are the, so Nigeria is known for a very prominent fintech sector. Kenya is known for a very prominent telco sector because of M-Pesa. South Africa has a very strong insurance industry for lots of reasons. Egypt and North Africa tend to be very good in supply chain, logistics, and increasingly e-commerce. So I think founders need to spend time with other founders outside of their comfort zone. It is very hard for you as a founder to get to $100,000 to $200,000 in monthly recurring revenue, which is when you tend to be ready for a Series A round, unless you're in more than one market. The cost of expanding into different markets is often prohibitively high. So you've got to understand, how can I get access into other markets without having to spend a lot of physical resources on the ground? And there are 2 or 3 ways of doing that. One is you work with other fintechs or logistic tech or other companies like yourself and add value to them through license agreements, through revenue sharing agreements, right? The other way is you work with large corporates that have a presence in multiple regions. So one of the benefits of scaling a startup in Africa versus Europe, for example, I mentioned this at VivaTech in Paris 3 months ago, and it was a big shock to everyone. In Africa, you've got 3 major business languages: English, French, and Arabic, right? And from a telco perspective, you got 4 or 5 telcos. You've got Airtel, MTN, Orange, Vodacom. You've got 4 or 5 major banking conglomerates. Same thing with insurance. So if you're able to have a solution that works in your home market, talk to your corporate partners. Go and hold your corporate partners accountable as much as you hold your VCs accountable. startup founders are so, not ashamed, but they're so scared to ask for help. If you're in Ghana, for example, and you're working with Stanbic, and you're building, let's say, a peer-to-peer wallet for Stanbic customers in Ghana, before you open up an office in Nigeria or Kenya or in South Africa, go and talk to Stanbic. I'm just giving an example, right? So you've got to be able to expand into multiple markets through your corporate partners or through other tech startups. And the ones that do that pre-Series A or at Series A are the ones that tend to have much higher traction. So I'd encourage a lot of Tunisian startups, since we're here, to just be aware of what's happening in other parts of the continent and talk to startup founders to see how they can help you. I don't personally believe that there is any such thing as pure 100% direct competition. There's always an overlap for synergies and leverage off of other people's networks and other people's resources. Right. If that helps. Another question? Tamam?
That was the last question.
One final question from the...
It was taken already.
The gentleman from Khartoum, no? Oh, crap. Okay. Fares.
Thank you, Zach.
Sure.
My name is Fares from Smart Capital. I think Launch Africa is very unique in a sense where it invests at a very early stage across the continent. And also, I think the structure of your fund is interesting since you're dealing with 238 LPs.
You listened to my presentation, I like it.
I always ask you about these questions.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know how to convince LPs that you can invest across the continent without losing focus.
Mm-hmm.
And also, what are the things that you told them to make sure that they understand that your interests are aligned? And the last one, what were the things that you left on the negotiation table that when you entered, you thought that you were going to keep?
No, great questions. I'll try and be quick here. How do you manage 238 LPs? Like I mentioned in one of my earlier slides, there has to be a line where you cannot let your LPs control the conversation, right? But you give them all that they need and better and more, but you cannot have them dictate the conversation. So in our case, we have 238 LPs. Not a single LP in our fund has extra privileges. We have an LP, a very prominent LP, a very big corporate in Europe that has invested, that owns 8% of our fund. They have the exact same rights as someone that has a $100,000 check in our fund. And we explained why we can't have preferential treatment. And we were prepared to have them say no. A lot of founders and fund managers are so scared of losing money because they can't satisfy every single whim and fancy of their LPs or their investors, whichever way you look at it. You gotta be okay with saying no to money. We said no to almost $8 million because it wasn't the right strategic fit for us. So over-communicate, but know where the line is. That's how we've dealt with our 238 LPs. How do you manage 100 plus companies? You have to work smart, not just, you can't just work hard, you have to work smart. So like I said, we've got 30 plus advisors that are region, product, and sector experts that work on behalf of our portfolio company. So we don't have to use our paltry 2% management fees to pay them. But our portfolio companies benefit significantly from their expertise, and they get advisory equity in our portcos. So we work with the efficiency of a $100 million fund with the capital of a $30 million fund. That's one aspect of it. But we work very closely with the top accelerators. I mean, Philip and I think Philip's left, we used to run Startup Bootcamp, and we work with Y Combinator, Techstars, Founders Factory, all the big accelerators, because their KPIs, I'm going to finish in 30 seconds. You can start counting me down. Their KPIs are how many of our portcos are ready for the next rounds of funding. So we make sure their KPIs are met, right? And the last question, I think I'll just answer offline because I'm going to get shot from Christoph. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Zach. So we'll move on. Just to remind you, if in case anyone of you will leave in the next minutes tonight, don't miss the innovation party. It's gonna happen in Sidi Bou Said Hotel Sidi Bou Said in Sidi the Reef. So you are more than welcome, and you can bring the people who are not here that you know that already left. You can tell them about the innovation night, the innovation party tonight in Hotel Sidi Bou Said. Thank you again, Zach. So next, our panel now, we're gonna talk about trends of investment, and I'm gonna call my panelists here on stage. I see some of them. So let me call here Blanca Ribas, Investor and Corporate Innovation Manager, Plug and Play. Starting with you. Can you have some music and some applause for her? Ben Merrill, co-founder and CEO, Briga. Mariam Jank, Africa Lead 500 Global. And Hossam Shafiq, Senior Investment Associate, Silicon Badia. We have them all. Okay. So, as I said, we're going to be talking about investment trends. So a quick question suggested by some of the panelists themselves. So what is your current investment focus? I mean, sectors, location, etc. Where are you investing? And how did your investment evaluate in the last period? So we can start with you, Hossam. Not working? It's easy? No, still not.
Thank you very much, Wasim. Hi, everyone. My name is Hassam, and I'm here from Silicon Badia. We're a global VC, originally established in 2012, with two parallel funds. So we had a fund in the US and another fund in parallel covering the region. So for the US fund, we were investing in the strategy of going towards the early stage, so the seed stage typically. And for our parallel regional fund, we wanted to lead on the later stage, typically Series A and B. And the idea was super simple back then. We wanted to connect the East and the West, get the most out of the lessons learned from the US and actively share them and apply them in our region. So we started off with the region being Egypt and Jordan, and now we're trying to tapping early into Tunisia and Morocco, driven by the support we have from our LPs, Smart Capital, as well as the ambitions we see in the eyes of the Tunisian founders nowadays. So, in essence, we are sector agnostic, so we cover all the sectors. But we keep our strategy to something that is also very simple. So we believe that for the next stage, we want to look at business models that solve real-world problems. And this is key, this is element, especially in Africa. And especially in downturns where you see trendy, I'm not even talking about VC on its own, trendy stocks on the NASDAQ, for instance, going super volatile, as opposed to necessities that are going towards, recurring sort of valuations. So the key focus that has always been now and for the future was solving real-world problems. But I think for business models to succeed going forward, there has to be two items. And this is for everything, not just VCs. So it has to have pricing power and customer attention. And they both have to come together, right? You can't really say, okay, I'm going to start a marketplace and acquire customers and pay and incentivize them to pay and buy. Then maybe I can, in the future, have enough retention to offer pricing power and increase prices and all of that. I personally believe it has to come hand in hand. And a good example we've seen in the global stocks is Twitter versus Facebook. You can see that Twitter has all the attention in the world, but it hasn't been able to monetize, and this is why it's not doing very well. Netflix is another example. Facebook, on the other hand, has been able to monetize and has been able to sort of retain customers and have some sort of pricing power, and this is why it has gone well.
Thank you. So, same for you, Miriam. Your investment, where you're doing your investment, how did they evaluate in the last period?
Sure. So for us at 500, and also we used to be called 500 Startups, now commonly called 500 Global, we mainly focus on early stage investment. Based out of Silicon Valley, we've been investing across the continent. We've now done about 116 investments on the continent, most of them in Sub-Saharan Africa, but also we've done a lot of deals now in Egypt, and one in Tunisia, actually. And our thesis is quite simple. We're sector agnostic. We come in at the pre-seed to seed stage. We have been looking at diversifying our portfolio for the longest time. So the way that we approach it is that we look for the best founders in different markets. We invest heavily in business models. So when you look at our portfolio, very similar companies that we invested in LATAM and in Southeast Asia, also companies that we now today have on the continent. To also make it quite simple and clear, our approach has always been that we don't only invest, but we also accelerate the companies that we work with. So commonly called our SF Accelerator, we work with the pre-seed companies for about 12 weeks, and we accelerate them in order for them to receive our investment.
Thank you. Manka, what is your strategy? Where do you invest? What is your investment strategy? Which sector are you investing?
Yep. So hello everyone, I'm Blanca from Blamble, and Blamble is an American fund. We do three things because sometimes it's a bit confusing. We do corporate innovation, venture capital, and we run accelerator programs. Our venture capital arm is a family office headquartered in Silicon Valley, and we invest globally in all the continents. And now we want to focus more in investments in Africa. In Africa also, we have presence in Morocco, in Egypt, and in South Africa, with offices that run the programs. And then regarding investments, we have done 30 investments in all Pan-Africa. And our strategy is basically we invest in seed to Series A. We follow RAMs, so we are not lead investors, and then we are sector agnostic. So we invest in all. We cover 19 verticals, but we invest basically in everything. We see an opportunity, and we usually our investment thesis is investing in business-to-business, B2B business models. And, well, I already said it, seed to Series A. Yeah.
Ben, you have the mic. So what is your focus, your investment? Where do you invest? Which sector? And how did it evolve? How is it evolving, or how did it evolve?
Thank you very much for having me today. So I'm Ben, I'm one of the founders of Briga. At Briga, we are a founders fund, so everyone in our investment team is an entrepreneur. So that gives us a very specific DNA. And listening to Zach earlier, it reminded me our first fund in Europe back in 2015, where to get there, it was a hell of a journey. But a lot of successes along the way. We now manage €500 million. We have offices in Paris, London, and Barcelona, and we're launching operations in Africa this year with offices in Southern Africa and one around the Western Africa region. And the idea is to do what we've been doing in Europe for many years, is investing early stage from pre-seed to seed, and supporting our founders with our experience as founders ourselves, sharing our war stories and what we've learned along the years. Plus, we built a strong scaling team alongside our investment squad to help them with all the topics around recruitment, organization, communication, and growth. So more than happy to be here now and continue building these bridges between Europe and the continent.
So I'll continue with you. What are the biggest challenges you are facing or you're still facing with your portfolio, with your investments, the startups?
So I think the similarities I see between Africa and Europe is, that capacity to expand outside of your border. I think it's very rare that you can build a company that answers to VC standard in one country. There's a few examples with European companies and with African companies as well, where you usually have to go overseas and expand into other geos, and that's usually when things are a bit harder, because obviously you're out of your comfort zone and you need to sort of rebuild things that were obvious to you in the first place, and that's why I think there's a real pattern that could be followed in Africa and especially in Tunisia. And we discussed this morning, Wassim, around the capacity to test and learn fast in a smaller economy. And if you look at examples like Israel or Sweden or even Portugal, which is becoming one of the leading tech hubs in Europe, that capacity to build a company with a strong tech DNA, which is very strong here in Tunisia, and then from there expand into bigger geos. I think that's something we're really interested in. So it comes with these challenges, but if you can make it work, then the outcome is incredible. So yes, there's the US, yes, there's Europe, but at the end of the day, when you're a founder and you're solving for a big problem, the chances of people around you having the same one are probably higher. So I think that Pan-African expansion to me is key.
Hossein, how do you face these challenges?
Yes, good point. I'm surprised you didn't mention anything about fundraising challenges and valuation challenges. It's the topic everyone's talking about today. Honestly, being Egyptian and coming into Tunisia and seeing the still reasonable round sizes at reasonable valuations and all of that is just beautiful, to be honest. And we've seen this very vividly in Egypt, right? Egypt started off with a very nascent stage, so much resistance from a huge pool of stakeholders, whether it's friends, family, investors, government, even customers were very resistant. But then you'd find resilient business models backed by resilient founders that would, be outliers. And I can only think of, a few champions that we were very honored to, drive the ecosystem forward. Fawri, for example, Swivel, for example. And this took the ecosystem into a completely different level of excitement, right? The challenge comes when excitement becomes too much, right? Because only then you start finding an excitement bubble where valuations are so high, fundraising is so easy, and all of that. Because the music at that time is so high, but we've got to learn that the music always needs to end, right? And the biggest challenge when the music ends is that when you once didn't find a ceiling to rounds and valuations, you're now hardly finding a floor to down rounds and valuations as well. So you find a pullback in risk capital, especially from global investors that are only here, for hits and runs. And you find it hard to actually maintain equilibrium again. So I want to know from everyone, what do you think a challenge like this can be faced? Because it's a trap, right? And Tunisia will probably go, it will grow enough to probably go through this. So we need to, have some sort of good communication to keep things at equilibrium.
Bianca, how do you face these challenges from your side with your portfolio? Yeah, go ahead, Bianca. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think another challenge I see is that startups, raising funds is not, well, raising capital is not easy for them in the continent. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, like many times, they accept terms that are not fair for them just to have the money. As in the previous talks, Zach said, you can say no to money sometimes. So I think if it's not fair for you, and I see startups that in Series A, they are completely diluted, and the founders, they don't earn, they barely earn a part of the company. So I think as the ecosystem, as a VC firm, then accelerators and startups between one another, we should help each other to say no to unfair terms and promote being fair to the startups, because at the end of the day, you're taking them their company and they're what they've been working for. So I think that's a challenge I'm seeing, that they are really, really diluted in Series A, for example.
Mm-hmm. Miriam, how do you face these challenges with your startups?
I think that we've faced very similar challenges to all the ones that were mentioned. But I think specifically something that we're seeing is definitely that founders are on the continent need a lot more support than sometimes us investors are able to provide to them, because, for example, at 500 we have quite a large portfolio. And at some of these stages, so at the pre-seed or seed stage, there is an incredible amount of support that founders need. For instance, cap tables are an example of it. You see founders who get to Series A with cap tables that are absolutely diluted on all sense. And so I think we are rethinking what also value proposition from an investor perspective means. So from our perspective, what does it mean to really support founders? But I think also, at least for us specifically at 500, another challenge we're experiencing is we are based in Silicon Valley. And so it's becoming even more challenging for us to be able to support founders the best way possible without being full-time on the ground. And so we have been working very closely with local investors to try to mitigate that risk. But even more so, it's becoming difficult to invest on the continent without being fully present. And it's something that we're seeing founders to require even more so as they get now to Series B, Series C, where we're now talking about price rounds, but also we're talking about scalability, we're talking about governance, and all of those things need to be tackled on the ground.
How to unlock, you said you invested in Tunisia, in Egypt. How to unlock, like the panel topic says, how to unlock more opportunities for startups in North Africa today from a point of view, because you invest in other ecosystems. So now I'm talking specifically on North Africa.
So when we look at North Africa, for example, we've done about 77 investments in Egypt. And we've done about 1 in Tunisia and 0 in Morocco, well, 1 in Morocco and 0 in Algeria. So when we're looking at North Africa, it's also a diverse block, right? And the different countries have very different competitive advantages and very different parameters. And so historically, and even as we're looking at our investment record, Egypt has been a lot more of an attractive market for us because of the opportunity of the market. But we've also been looking increasingly at how do we do more in North Africa and the rest of North Africa, including Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria, which for us are markets that are yet to be unlocked. I think that there is also something quite interesting about the way that North Africa is able to interact with the Middle East as well as with Sub-Saharan Africa, because something very interesting that Zach also mentioned earlier is that when we're looking at building portfolio, we actually think about our portfolio companies as being complementary to each other. And that's not only from a sector perspective, but it's also from a geographical perspective, because you want to make sure that you're able to actually provide a certain amount of value to your portfolio in different geographies based on the experience that you've acquired with investing in similar companies in other markets. And so we've been increasingly thinking about how does North Africa also kind of come into the block that we're building for Sub-Saharan Africa and Middle East. And so, for example, today, our MENA fund is based in Saudi, in Riyadh, where we've been doing most of our investments in the region. And so increasingly, I think there needs to be a bigger conversation about how does this region really become more complementary to the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa, but also how do the different countries bridge among each other, right? Egypt is a big enough market for us to just double down on Egypt and continue doing investments even within Egyptian companies who are just focused in Egypt. But for Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria, we need to see more companies who are also looking at expanding within each other. So looking at Tunisian companies who would like to be based in Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, so that they can actually fully unlock the potential of the market, right? Because it's not technically a united market yet. And so if you're looking at a viable investment opportunity, you cannot just invest in a Tunisian company who is simply focused on Tunis. At least within our investment thesis, for us, it's becoming very challenging.
Ben, how do you see it? How to unlock these opportunities for startups in North Africa?
Well, I think I definitely agree with what has been said. I think, first of all, there's not such a thing as a perfect market. It never exists, right? So at some points, you don't have enough capital, and therefore the power lands into the hands of the investor. At some point in history, it's the opposite. And lately, there's been, very few founders that have capacity to build great companies here in Africa, to hold tight and go through the storm and try to get the best investors you can who are going to support you on the long run, right? Because we all know this is going to be challenging for the next 18 months at least. And then, once you secure your funding and you have the capacity to finance your operations for the time given to your next round, then the question of, what do you do with this is instrumental. I think, my experience as a founder and also as an investor in companies is that, when you grow a company, when you grow a startup, you always play in a game where you have limited resources. So you always have to choose, when I have $1, where do I put that dollar in? Like, do I put that dollar in Tunisia, or do I put that dollar in Morocco? What's the outcome for the company? Why do I do this, and why do I do that choice? And so I think there's an amazing opportunity in North Africa to expand way more collaboration between Northern African countries, because obviously, all these and being bold about, building great and very ambitious companies. I think, to me, it's part of the game, and a lot of people forget about this. I mean, the VC game is a game of size, right? And so if you want to build a big company, you have to be bold and attack a big market. And as I said, maybe there's a few countries in Africa that can support, local unicorns. But, let's be honest about it. Like, even in Europe, how many unicorns are only local? It's a very limited number. All these guys, they have to grow somewhere else, and they have to be big in different geos and expand. So the connection within Northern Africa, I think, is super important. Building these bridges and these links between all the different tech hubs, and making sure that founders see it as a great opportunity to build, big companies over these let's say, Arabic-speaking market, which I think is a lot of leverage to people. Like, why do we hear all the time, I attack the Francophone Africa, I attack the English-speaking Africa, but you never hear that much the Arabic-speaking Africa, which should, right? You should be able to say, well, there's a high chance that, we have an unfair advantage to build these companies, so let's do it, and let's attack the whole of the region, which is massive and creates an amazing opportunity.
So, Blanca or Sam, if you have anything into Africa.
So, just adding on to Ben's point and Mariam's, I think we as VCs have to always remember and remind ourselves that we're not traders. Investing is not a yes or no, right? We as VCs only make money when the whole ecosystem thrives, when the whole ecosystem grows. So the investment cycle or the investment process doesn't always have to be about money, right? We are here as Silicon Badia looking for Series A and B stages companies that we are looking to lead. Given that the market is nascent, not have weekly fit our strategy at the moment. But as a responsible VC, I think we and all the other regional, global, and local VCs should try to keep the conversation ongoing. How can we help with connections? How can we bring other investors that maybe could add value at this stage until we can reach a certain stage where it probably fits mandate or...
Blanca?
Yeah, I agree with everything they said. Also regarding on expansion, I think sometimes people do the mistake of like thinking or expansion to Europe or to the US, like it's super easy, but at the end of the day, the US is one country and the European Union. So we have common laws, we have, it's easy to expand from, if I have a startup in Spain, I want to go to Italy, I want to go to Portugal. It's not as easy as, for example, if I have a startup in Tunisia and I want to go to Libya, to Algeria, to Morocco. I think governments should also tackle this and come up with acts like, for example, the Startup Act in Tunisia, but also with maybe alliances to like try to make it easier for these startups. Because at the end of the day, is regarding, no, because then you get more countries, same laws, than to maybe deal with expanding to other North African countries. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm. Anything you wanted to add something? Okay, perfect. I would like also, Ben?
Yes, if I can add something just to give you a perspective on very simple maths, but you know, I think it helps understanding how the whole dynamic of VC investment works. If you take a 100 million fund, just to make maths easy, but then you can run that on a 25 million or on a 500. If you take a 100 million fund and you want to return that fund, we all know that a lot of the companies we invest in aren't going to succeed because that's the power law. So when we sign a check, we believe there will be, but there's at least one. That's the typical fund returner to return your fund. And, once again, to do simple maths, you take 10% of a company, you need to exit the company for $1 billion, right? Which is a big number. And, we're talking about that with the other VCs the other day, to have $1 billion company, once again, need to generate 100 million revenue, right? And so if you take that picture in your mind and you're like, okay, 100 million revenue company, you can do this different ways. You can have 100 million users that pay you $1 a year. That's one extreme. And then you can have 100 users that pay you $1 million a year. And that sort of potential doesn't come from the same template every time, right? That's why enterprise sales, and they need 100 clients. And if you want 100 client corporate in Africa, this is going to be tough. So if your solution is, enterprise sales, enterprise software, you'd have to go overseas for some reason, or the $10 a year, then obviously, Tunisia may be tight by definition, but, if you expand to the rest of the Arabic-speaking countries in Africa, that's definitely possible. So I think having that sort of mindset around what are the simple maths for that business to thrive, what needs to be true for this company to be VC compatible, I think it gives you an amazing understanding of what the investment strategy of an early stage investor should be.
Okay, one last quick question. It's also from the panel. There was one question also suggested we can go back on it maybe later, but how to accelerate this ecosystem? I know it's a broad question, but if anyone can give one thought, one idea for you, can start with you, Hussam.
I think we should communicate.
North Africa, of course.
Yes, we should communicate. We should share the lessons learned. globally. And we should be proactive, right? We can't just be reactive as enablers, and I'm speaking also government side, right? Normally what we've seen is that the government comes after you start finding champions coming out. At first it starts with the resistance, then it starts with competition, then it goes into enablement, because this is what makes sense. So we need to start as VCs communicating with regulatories and governments to start off the process with enabling rather than competing.
Maram?
I think part of it is what was just said. Also, I think there is something about opening borders, opening IPs, opening actual knowledge so that that knowledge can be transferable. I think historically we've had a little bit of a closed door mindset, especially within different regions on the continent, but I think this is also very applicable to North Africa. And because we are getting at this stage where we want to be able to actually accelerate the growth of companies, we have to be willing to open knowledge. We also have to be willing to open borders so that transportation can actually happen. And we need to be able to open IPs so that collaboration can effectively happen. And I think that that's always been something that's felt risky for a lot of different reasons to a lot of different countries. But I think that we are getting to the point where the ecosystem is relevant enough for us to consider those things.
So I agree with everything they've said. And I would also say maybe to, like, as he said, cooperate with other players in the ecosystem. For example, when we came here, Plug & Play last week, we've been in that with the top ecosystem players in Tunisia, and what I saw is that they are sitting there. What I saw is that they have a will to work together and to open up and to help. And maybe I haven't seen that much. I invest in all Africa, but I'm more based in the office we have in Morocco, and I haven't seen that in Morocco, that willingness. And I think that is something we should do, to learn from, like, to help, like, between all the players, help each other. And then also maybe see, for example, which systems work elsewhere. Try to adapt them to here, but bringing in mind where you are and what works elsewhere, and like sharing learnings, basically.
I'm going to be controversial here a little bit, but I think there are things you can accelerate and there are things you cannot, right? As my grandfather used to say, you cannot make a baby in a month with 9 women. That's impossible. So you can learn of how to make a baby, probably, and if you have some science around this and you share knowledge and stuff, this part you can accelerate. But the second part, you cannot accelerate it. That's impossible. So if you look at the US, I mean, these guys have been spending 70 years, 7-0, around building the ecosystem where it is today, right? So this is not going to happen in Africa in 5 years. That's not possible. You have the incompressible time of people creating companies, exiting, sharing knowledge, building these mafias of people who've been part of a successful company and then creating a new one, investing in companies again. So that takes time. However, we have seen a lot of ecosystems that have been catching up with the US because they just learned from what happens there and they adapted to what works locally. Because not everything that happens in the US there's a lot to learn. And if we learn together, if we share together, we're going to be more powerful and we're going to be quicker in knowing how to make that baby. And then we just need time. So I think, collaboration between ecosystems is key. North, south, east, west, making sure that everything is shared. We should be in a collaborative, environment where people share their mistakes and their learnings. Because at the end of the day, that's how you create a vibrant ecosystem, but you have to be patient a bit.
Thank you. We'll try to take 2 questions. It's the easiest ones we got. If you have the mic. Is there a mic? No. I'll run with the mic. I asked for two, I have two. One here, one there.
Thanks, sir. Sketchy a bit. Or maybe, no, it's not working. Okay, thank you for this nice panel. Welcome all of you to Tunisia. So my question is a bit within the ecosystem. There is an ecosystem that is working on now in Tunisia, especially I'm with the TIC-DCO space here in Tunis, which is the CCIs, the creative cultural and creative industry, which is developing in Tunisia. We are trying to, and also in Africa in general. As an entrepreneur, I have my own company here in Tunis. We are trying to evolve a sector that's quite unvital, as Hossein have talked about in the beginning. Why most of the VCs, most of the investors that are trying to work with Africa are not looking into this sector that can be worked in on technological level? My company and other companies here in the TIC-DCO are transforming the culture, the identity, the creative industry into technological advances. So why don't we see more investment in this kind of sector?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this amazing panel. So, just I want to know your planned strategies for investment or investment strategy for a video games company or for in all the continent of Africa. So, just in global.
Okay, there was one question here, I think.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Fadi Bishara. I'm with Black Box. I'm curious at the last question was asked about accelerating the ecosystem. That and we've heard it also in the discussions that there are some the founders are usually not confident and have challenges. And the topic of how to build this ecosystem, I've experienced seeing it happen and expanded in Europe in the last 10 years. Happened through role modeling and success stories, and as Ben mentioned, the mafias, and it's more kind of regenerative and start new companies again. We haven't heard much of this focus of to accelerate this ecosystem in each country or in any place. How do we really make the focus is on entrepreneurs, on the founders? How do we focus on what are the immediate obstacles and how do we remove them? How do we make them the one that we serve instead of the LPs? You know, the LPs is the mechanism versus really to make the LP successful is really we need to, you know, make the focus on the founders. So that's just a comment that I want to make. Thanks.
Thank you. There was, yeah, it's closer there.
Hello, Anis from Kaun, fintech here in Tunis. So my question is, and you know, the states in many countries in Africa and specifically in Tunisia are invested in finding their next champion and how to be involved in the process of, you know, driving this ecosystem further. So my question is, if you had to talk to a regulator or the state, would you tell them to do more in the sense of regulation that's friendly to innovation, or to do less in the sense of deregulating so that people can find the room to actually innovate? And where do you see that kind of balance of finding a lot of energy of people who want to help, but maybe would probably be too involved in the sense of restricting the freedom of founders to actually innovate on the space? Thanks.
Thank you. We'll make it travel to the other side. And we'll finish with that question.
Hello, Faris from Commune Retail Tech in Tunisia. So in Africa in general, and especially in the, in the non-Big Four, we all know that there's a lot of things that do not exist, and founders find themselves doing them. So I was wondering about this. We often hear that businesses need to be more asset-light and need to be focused. Where's the balance when no ecosystem yet, when things don't work yet? How do you manage to achieve that and still keep your customer happy?
Okay, thank you. So that's it? Yeah, Miriam? I saw you interacting.
I think I didn't catch that one just well, but I would like to address the one about how do we make the ecosystem more founder-friendly and how do we place the founders at the center of it, which kind of also relates to your question around how do we find the right balance between regulating and creating an environment that's free for innovation. I think a big part of the answer is definitely time. I think that one thing we need to see more of on the continent is we need to see this generation of founders who are able to go through the full cycle of building companies, exiting out of them, building their own fund, investing, getting involved in the ecosystem, and then learning to iterate from some of those mistakes. And we've only started now to see companies that are exiting, or even companies that are able to get to the Series B, C, D rounds, and this is so nascent that we are not yet at that iteration cycle where founders are the ones who are also driving some of these regulations or giving the thought behind it, because they're just still busy building their companies and they are still busy just trying to still understand how do they get it to a successful stage. So I think that a lot of it also is definitely correlated to between what are the things that we can accelerate, but also what are the things that we should not accelerate, which is we should allow the ecosystem to go through these cycles. And a lot of it is going to be a learning curve, and there is going to be different correction cycles. But I think ultimately it will be more of an ecosystem driven by founders who are actually able to use their lessons learned to now put it into things like regulation. And then there were two questions around creative industries and gaming and why is there not that much attention going from investors. I think that, so part of it is that when I'm thinking about a lot of the African gaming companies that we've looked at, and or just in general companies related to creative industries, there is still a work to be done on how to actually find product market fit. I have seen a lot of the companies who are still looking at trying to replicate just exist either gaming models or creative models from different countries, just kind of a copy and paste model. And we're yet to see what are models that could actually work within the continent and that are actually relatable to their target customers here. So I think there is still some work that's being done in terms of product market fit. At least from an investor perspective, I don't think that we are actively excluding creative industries or that we're not interested. I think that we are still trying to figure out with the founders what is the right product market fit model. But also I think a second thing that's also affecting that is in the meantime, we've seen other sectors take off like fintech, supply chain, e-commerce and all that. So instinctively, as an investor, if also your network is developing within those sectors, you are more likely to just be more helpful to a founder who would be building something in fintech if you are able to have access to that network, creative one. So those two things happening in parallel, I think, are giving the impression that it's not of an interesting sector. And I think edtech feels the same, and agri-tech as well. So those are sectors that have felt like have been a little bit left behind with the whole excitement around fintech, supply chain, e-commerce, crypto lately. But I would like to reiterate that that's not the case, and that investors are also still doing just a lot of work in trying to figure out, one, how do we bring value to founders in these sectors, and second, what is the right product market fit to address those sectors?
If your startup or the market does not fit our strategy at the moment, let's have a conversation, you know. Let's see if we can make it fit. Let's see if we know someone else that would invest in gaming, stuff like that. Let's keep the discussions going. That's just my thought. Don't underestimate the fact that you've been passed on from a certain pool of investors, so you think that this market will not fit anyone. You probably find someone, and you probably find a lot once we start seeing market fit globally and validation and all of this. But till then, don't wait. Speak to investors, make good connections, ask for help, ask for advice, and I think we're all happy to help.
No. So on what you asked about the regulation of the market, I would say, for example, a big problem that we've seen in Europe is an over-regulated market. And for example, the banking industry is struggling a lot because of that. It's a real case. So I would say enable startups and companies to succeed, but not to over-regulate, basically. So I would say it's better not to regulate for example, the payment systems. All of these, you have to, of course, have laws. So people use everything well, but I don't believe you should regulate in general. And I have a master in financial regulation, and I worked for Spain helping banks with regulation. So I saw how they struggle, and I saw, for example, banks in Spain. They came to a point where they didn't have any revenue from Spain, and all the revenue came from Latin America because Europe was over-regulated. So I'm more in this sense, to enable the market move freely.
My pleasure. Well, there's already a lot of answers, so I'm going to try to give a bit of a different perspective. I think maybe to the sort of creative industry question, which I think you can expand to other industries. To me, I think it's dual, right? I think first of all, I think a lot of investors a lot of investors come from a financial background, and they like rational stuff. And when you talk creation, they're like, well, it's probably luck, or they can't really feel how you can productize this and actually give a sense of how structured your approach to your product is. I think that definitely helps. I think that's one. And then the second one goes back to the size of the market again, right? I think people are like, wow, if I can do, how do I create a 100 million revenue company again, in that space? And what's the advantage of building it from here versus somewhere else? So I think, giving confidence of how big your opportunity is and how big, people can believe in you. I think it's instrumental. And it's never easy, and that's why the VC investment game is always a tricky one, where you have to believe a founder, and then the chances of getting there are scarce, but you're fighting for it, and everyone around you needs to be helping you get there. But if it doesn't appeal, if it doesn't exist, if it doesn't appear as a possibility from the get-go, then people will probably turn down the opportunity and be like, oh, well, it's a great business, but it's probably not a VC compatible business. And that's the difference between the two, and that's why sometimes people struggle raising money, because they don't actually have the capacity or demonstrate the capacity to build a massive business, right? A pizza restaurant is a good example, right? If you sell it to a VC, they're going to be like, well, if you tell them, well, you know, we're going to automate and with robots and everything, and we're going for a full chain with restaurants in Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, and so on and so forth, all of a sudden, you know, you put stars into their eyes, and they're like, oh, wow, this is a massive opportunity. And they don't care if it's a pizza restaurant or not. It's like it's a big thing. So I think thinking big is the key element, probably to convince people to follow you on your journey. And then to the interactions between ecosystem. I was having the conversation last night about how do you make sure that, you know, talent can bring that knowledge, can share that understanding. And so, you know, regulation around visas and, you know, tax as well, packages. I mean, that's things, you know, Portugal did so well. One of the reasons why Portugal is becoming a tech leader in Europe now is because they opened the door to people and they're like, well, you can come to Portugal, we give you a tax package, a tax incentive, we give you a visa, and you can start there. And all of a sudden, yes, it's a company created by a non-Portuguese, but they're going to end up hiring Portuguese people by, you know, obviously, and so on and so forth. And then you're going to start building that cycle where people understand and learn, and then they want to create their own company, and then you have a second wave of Portuguese-created companies, and so on and so forth. So same story. I think, you know, we were discussing last night about the complexity of getting talents in once you've raised your Series A, and you need more, you know, power from people with experience. If, you know, regulation makes things easier, obviously all of a sudden it's a different game, because people are going to be like, well, instead of being stuck in London, I have the, you know, the Lisbon opportunity, but I also have the Tunis opportunity. You know, I can go there and, you know, go kite surfing on the weekend and have a tax package for me and my family, and, you know, my kids can learn French and Arabic and English at school, and all of a sudden have a different life. So it's always a question of, you know, pitching outside of the world and making sure they buy into it.
Thank you, Ben. I'm going to take your mic, sorry. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you for your attention. We're going to move on now. We can give them a round of applause. And sorry for being late. We're trying to run the questions, and I know it's a stressed moment that is going to start now because it's going to be a pitching session now. So thank you, Blanca. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Hossam. And I'm going to call our startups and the jury to join us here on stage. So, yeah, I know, Nathaniel, thank you. But I started 50 minutes late, so 30 minutes late, that means I made you win 20 minutes. Okay, so we're going to have, as judges, going to call Zach, Launch Africa, Fatin, Flat 6 Lab, Walid, Endeavor. You know all of them, you've just seen them. These will be our judges. We have the table here, the shares here. We're going to move them quickly. And for the startups, so we're going to have Sherry, which is an e-commerce app with embedded fintech for traditional proximity stores in French-speaking Africa. We're going to have Galactech. Their motto is, they don't waste gamers' time. One app is enough. That's what they do. It's a gaming tech. And Fulfillment Bridge. Fulfillment Bridge is a cross-border e-commerce platform offering logistics service to e-sellers. 3 judges, 3 startups, and we have going to have like 25 minutes. Okay, so can we start? Judges, lady, gentlemen. So, Nathaniel, any specific brief for the startups? They know what to do? Okay, the clicker is here. I'm gonna... So, first startup to go, Sherry, which is an e-commerce app with embedded fintech for traditional proximity stores in French-speaking Africa.
Test.
Tu as le timer qui est là. Can we put the time, the right time? It's like cut.
Anyway, it doesn't seem to be working.
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. Guys, before starting, I would like to say something. First, I am from Morocco. And I have to say that I am very happy and proud to be here. Reason being that I was advised not to come. And I think many of you have followed the news and have seen the diplomatic, politic issues. But here we are startups. And the role of the startup is to make sure that the people get closer. So whatever happens upstairs happens. Our job today as founders is to make sure that we will make the people between Tunisia and Morocco and Africa in general get closer through technology and through our friendship. Thanks. I think I have already eaten up 4 minutes out of 5, so it's going to be very difficult to pitch in 4 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell a story. So I'm sorry for the judges, but I'm going to quickly tell you a story with my loosey French accent.
Exceptionally, so do you want us to put the timer?
It's okay, it's okay.
No, really, because
okay,
it wasn't about your pitch. Okay.
I will.
No, really, it wasn't about your pitch.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, can we put 5 minutes again? Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for being so nice. Good, but I'm still going to say a story. So I'm going to ask you a quick question. Do you know who this guy is? Okay. Do you know what he does? He's an épicerie. But épicerie can be said in so many ways. Here you say hanout, attar. In Francophone Africa, they say boutique. In Morocco, we say épicerie, and so on. If you go to Southeast Asia, you find another name. South America, you find another name. And these guys play a huge social role in our communities. You have an idea about what's the percentage that goes through them versus go through the modern trade, hence the supermarket. So these guys, what's their market share in terms of selling fast-moving consumer goods? Can anyone say in Africa? 90. Good. What about Europe? Can anyone say and guess what's the number in Europe or in the US? Yes, 10 to 20. So and as you may know, our countries, Francophone Africa in general, but Africa, are developing towards a model that is the one of the US and Europe. So what's going to happen is basically, mechanically, the market share of these people will go down from 90% to 10% in the coming years if we don't do something. And I don't know about you, but I grew up in Morocco, and I used to go to school. And after school, I used to go to this guy to basically buy candies. But I didn't have money at that time. So I used to take the candy, and he had a small pen on his ear. He was taking the pen and writing down whatever I was buying. And by the end of the week, when my parents got paid, they used to go and pay the shop owner. This guy has been part of my culture, has been part of my life. And I am very sad to see that he's gonna lose his job in the coming years. And this is why I am here. Not only this guy has sold to me goods for my daily life, but he plays a major social role. He is our banker. He lends us money. He is our real estate agent. He is the guy who knows everything in the country, in the neighborhood. Sometimes he's also the guy who you have a fight with your wife. He's the one fixing it, because usually she goes to buy when you go instead of her. He knows that there is an issue. So here is what is Sherry. Sherry is before everything a way to making sure that the same way I lived with this guy, my son will still go in 10, 20, 25 years to this guy or to this children guy to buy what they need. And do you have an idea on how we could do that? How can we make sure that these guys will survive? Any clue? No? No clue? Okay. So, to me, there are three ways. The way number one is to make sure that this guy will get their procurement at a good price, so they can be as competitive as the supermarkets. As you know, they are independent guys. They usually are a one-man show, one guy behind the counter, to whom you ask what you want. And when he needs to buy his stuff, he needs to close his shop and go get it. So he has an opportunity cost. The idea is to provide them with an app that allows them to order anything they want at a good price, so they can all together gather and buy at scale, so they can be as competitive as the supermarkets. Number two, as you know, they are unbanked people. So when they go to a bank, nobody trusts them because they have no pay slip, they have no cash flow. So they need working capital. And in order to get working capital, you need someone who trusts them. And because we have been working with them, we know exactly what they buy and how serious they are. So the idea is to provide them with working capital so they can fund their treasury and keep growing the same way the supermarkets do. And at last but not least, that's the third way, we need to make them digitize, transform them from being a place where you buy, a place where you can do a lot of financial services, such as bill payment, mobile top-up, domestic money transfer, remittances. We need to make sure that these guys will embrace the future the same way we do here. This is what Sherry is trying to do, and thank you. I think it's 5 minutes. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to have an idea about if you've been able to accumulate since you launched your startup. Also, how much funds have you been able to raise? And then also an idea about your timeline and how much money would you like to raise?
Yes, I will give you the figures of July. So we basically did a GMV of $7.5 million across the countries where we are. Our take rate today is 7%, so it gives you a revenue about a little bit above 500K per month. That's on the e-commerce vertical. We have two other verticals, as I told you. The payment services that we are not monetizing, but out of which we have today 15,000 monthly active users. And the third vertical is the credit through an acquisition we made of AXA that has about $230 million of loan book. So that's the question about the revenue. When it comes to raising money, we closed the seed round about 6 months ago. We closed about $7 million. And as we speak, we are closing a $30 million Series A. Any other questions? And not hopefully, but I'm very proud to say that within this Series A, we are the first Moroccan company to welcome Endeavor in our cap table, and it's a huge honor. So thanks for being Endeavor.
Really good job in your presentation. A quick question I have around the credit that you provide. Are you doing that from third-party banks, or are you doing it off of your own balance sheet? And if the latter, what low-cost working capital are you financing it from?
So far we have been doing it out of our balance sheet, which was basically giving payment terms to our users, who are the shop owners, which made the situation a bit difficult because obviously we moved from a negative working capital requirement to a positive one. So we ended up finding ways to fund this need of working capital, and we discussed with many venture debt funds, who, as you know, are today charging in average 16 to 20%. So when we did the maths, we realized that it was impossible to get the money back through the interest rates or through the rise of the sales we would do. So we had to find a solution to be able to get the money at 3, 4, 5%. And the only way to get the money at this price is to get a license. So we made everything possible with the Central Bank of Morocco to get the license so we could get the money at a price that makes sense in terms of maths and unit economics.
And this license is a full-on credit service license provider?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, that's great.
I was just curious, the biggest challenges that you are going to be tackling in the next couple years?
Yes, that's a very good question. Two main challenges. Number one, many people think that it's difficult to scale, which is completely false. It's very easy to hypergrowth in this business, mainly because you can just subsidize the prices by 1% and you can skyrocket your GMV, but at the price of your unit economics. And I have seen so many players doing well when it comes to growing, but losing so much money. So to me, the real challenge is not to grow and find new clients. The real challenge is to be able to negotiate with your suppliers good take rates. And that's the problem of this business. It's distribution. So unit economics and margins are very slim. So those who will make it work are those who will be able to learn how to buy and not how to sell. That's challenge number one. Challenge number two is obviously making sure that the shop owners become independent. As we speak, about 75% of our transactions are still going through a customer care team because we need to educate. And 25 are either on the app or on WhatsApp. The idea here is to get to 100% fully digitized, which costs money and take, obviously, time. And the real challenge is to be able to educate this population to become tech-savvy and not use anymore the customer care team. Good. Any question from the audience?
I don't know how much time we have left.
I think time's up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move on now with our next startup. He knows himself. It's going to...
Good luck.
Good job.
It's going to be Galactech, as I introduced earlier, which is game tech. And they have a very special way how to do with the gamers. And he's going to tell us more about it. The floor is
so
just to make sure that we have it. 5 minutes in the, and change the slides. Okay, there you go. C'est bon.
Yep. All right, so hello everyone. Well, it's really hard to tell stories when you're a gaming company. I'm gonna try my best to relay the message in the easiest way possible. So my name is Hossein. I'm CEO of Galactech. So just to give you a bit of background on not what we do, but what we, well, this one doesn't work, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it hardly moves. Okay, so coming back to the story, so to give you a bit of perspective on what Galactech does is we are gamers. We came together to create an app just because we had enough of not being able to buy our favorite games in Tunis or generally in North Africa. I mean, all of you who have ever tried gaming in the last 10 years know that our currency doesn't allow for us to buy our favorite games. We cannot enjoy the same experience as players in North Africa and the Middle East. So that was kind of a really bad experience. So the thing that the idea that we had in mind is, since most of us are unbanked, most of us don't have any access to international credit cards, so why don't we just use local payment methods as a way of making these payments, as a way of enjoying our in-game experience? And also the most important is, how do we create a single place where all the players, they go together, they enjoy a comprehensive gaming experience. So they could buy, they could compete, they could play, they could do a lot of things in the same app. And that's exactly the idea that we went with our user journey. We wanted a fully digitalized platform that allows players to enjoy the exact same experience as users in North America and in Europe. Not gonna talk a lot about the market size. You know, we'll never be a $170 or $160 billion company, but the market size is huge. Gaming is now the biggest market size for entertainment business. It's bigger than movie, bigger than music, combined, bigger than most entertainment industries nowadays. And let me jump straight to T7D, or it's short for Tahaddi. So T7D is a platform that allows users to do a lot of things, starting from playing against each other, competing in a single platform in tournaments that range from 500 players to more than 30,000 players against each other for a prize pool. We did last year prize pools up to $50,000 in the MENA region. It allows you also to buy your favorite games from any game you think: League of Legends, Valorant, Free Fire, PUBG. All of these things using local payment methods, unbalanced things like this. You can hire your esports coach. So you can hire your favorite influencer to become your coach on an hourly basis. You can also stream the best games you see and see the latest news in the games you like. So we kind of did well, not really, we're trying our best, let's say. So last year we did around $2 million in total revenue. We did more than 1.5 million transactions. Today we went beyond, so this one was from earlier this year. Today we have more than 80,000 paying customers, total of 300,000 active users on our platform. We did $100,000 in prize pools last year. This year we're doing nearly 600,000, and we're trying to expand as much as we can in the MENA region. So, yeah. Yeah, we're currently raising 3 million. Gaming startups don't need that much money. So we're just doing this to allow us to expand to the rest of the countries in the MENA region. We're currently active mainly in MENA, we're present in GCC and in North Africa. We're trying to expand to the rest of Sub-Saharan Africa as well. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm really having a hard time with this one. So we are 34 in the team today in Tunis. We have offices also in Dubai and Riyadh. So we are 46 in total, with let's say most of the team here in Tunis. It's kind of a dream come true, since we have been able to do this with a team of average age of 27, and hopefully we could be able to deliver the thing that we would love to do the most, which is giving the gamers what they deserve. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi there. Good presentation, by the way. A quick one around, I don't think you spend much time talking about your competition and the barriers to entry to building a gaming company. I mean, I'm fairly aware of the gaming unicorns coming out of, the Scandinavia. I'm sure you're aware of Rovia and all the other likes of them. Two questions: barriers to entry to start a gaming company.
Yeah.
And number two, cost of acquiring customers. How are you reaching these end users versus other players in MENA, for example?
So barriers to entry, I'm going to use the words that Mariam just used in the previous panel. Gaming is a really hard industry to find market fit. So you can start a gaming company, but acquiring customers is a really hard and very long game. That's really hard. It requires a lot of capital and entry. So we didn't have that much capital. That's why we tended to partner with telecom operators. They allow us easy, fast access to the customers without not that much marketing cost. We get access to the user base that the operator has. We get to understand the environment. And afterwards, we start doing our own campaigns once the partnership with the telco starts. For now, our CAC is around, in North Africa, 87 cents per user. We are at around $3.3 in GCC. But the lifetime value of the customers is way above $15, so it's pretty rewarding.
A quick note on who your actual competitors are in the MENA region.
Yeah, so we have two big competitors in the MENA region. Our fellow Nightmare, the guys in AfricArena, an Egyptian company, and there's also Lab, which is in Saudi Arabia. So all three of us were kind of competing on a leading position in the MENA region. We have similar user bases. We're trying to take this kind of trick or treat. It's either we join forces together or we kind of outcompete each other, and this is what we're trying to do.
Got it. Cool.
In terms of revenue, I think in one of the slides was mentioning $1 million.
Yeah, it's 1.6 million.
Okay.
We did them last year. This year we're already up to 4 million. So 1.1 million was made from transactions, and 600,000 made from the esports tournaments we host.
And is that GMV?
No, it's actual revenue. The GMV is within 9.8 million. So our commission is around 10% of the goods we sell.
Great. And what's the end game?
Well, to be honest with you, now gaming is really thriving in the region. So the end game is a lot bigger. The market is growing exponentially now in the MENA region. So we're hoping to become the #1 app for users in MENA. Hopefully to hitting the 1 million users soon. And once we secure a leading position in MENA, we'd love to expand also to Sub-Saharan Africa as well.
Okay. She's really insisting. She's like begging for a question.
One last question.
Oh, the lady.
I'm really
a quick question.
Yeah, very quick. I'm really curious to know, how are you going to spend the 3 million?
Okay, sure.
Quickly.
It's an easy one. Yeah, we're gonna buy a PS5. And so what we're going to spend in is three things. R&D, that's the biggest challenge because technological advantages in gaming is of real essence. Market penetration and hiring high-level executives into the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, thank you again. That was Galactech. Now we're gonna move with our last pitch, Fulfillment Bridge. Fulfillment Bridge is a cross-border e-commerce platform offering logistics services to e-sellers. And pitching here, Kais Khadraoui, CEO, founder, Fulfillment Bridge.
Thanks, Wasim.
Timer. Go.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, aslema, bonjour everyone. Cross-border e-commerce, that's what I'm going to talk to you about. Fulfillment Bridge is a global e-commerce logistic solution provider. So basically, when you are an e-commerce seller, when you decide to go international, you start hitting numerous issues. You need to deal with multiple parties, you need to handle multiple orders, inventory in multiple location, complex international regulation, the list goes on and on. Third-party logistic providers can actually help, but only partially, either because of lack of geographical coverage, lack of services, or both. You may ask yourself, how do we know that? Well, simply because we've been there. I used to be personally part of a global e-commerce venture. We used to travel in order to find, vet, and monitor our logistic partners. It was tedious, costly, time-consuming, but it was sometimes fun with the right company. So the good news is we managed to build a solution out of this. So let's put it this way. If you are an e-commerce seller, you are selling in one or multiple sales channels, you need one or many shipping providers, one or many warehousing providers. If you are doing cross-border shipping, you need freight forwarding, custom clearance, and a bunch of other services. Actually, these solutions are already available on the market, but in extremely fragmented way. So either you go to pitch, to put the pieces of the puzzle together yourself, or work with Fulfillment Bridge, a one-stop shop that's going to handle the whole supply chain on your behalf. And this comes handy also for our logistic partners, because while we are doing this, basically we are helping them to acquire and manage online sellers. And since the clicker is giving me a hard time, I'm going to freaking ignore it and carry on basically with my pitch. So our secret sauce basically to build this is definitely our technology. That's what helped us to build and grow a global e-commerce network that accounts today for more than 30 warehouses in 16 different countries, more than 230 shipping options, and more than 60 logistic and non-logistic partners, to which we added an AI layer, basically to leverage the data that we have on that network and start building some value-added services like decision-making, like more visibility on the platform in terms of optimization of logistic costs and operation. From a customer perspective, basically, regardless of the complexity of his logistic operation, global logistic operation, basically you can run this from one single seamless interface. In terms of our focus, obviously Fulfillment Bridge is a global operation. While doing e-commerce, you need necessarily to be global. But since 2020, we had a change of heart and we decided to focus on Africa and the Middle East. Not just because we are originally from here, but also because of the opportunity shifting, especially post-COVID, where we see e-commerce penetration growing 3 times faster in this part of the world compared of the rest of the countries. Since then, basically, we shifted in our focus, and as of this year, for the first time, we reached 85% of our revenue is coming from Africa and the Middle East, compared to 90% in 2020 coming from the US. We are adopting a hybrid revenue model based on revenue sharing, subscription, and software licensing. This allowed us to generate more than $5 million in revenue year to date and acquire customers in 26 different countries. Among our customers today, we have the likes of Jumia, Amazon, with Deal, Checkpoint, some of the big names in cross-border e-commerce logistics. Behind the team, hopefully we can get to that slide, a team that reflects Fulfillment Bridge DNA with a big focus on 3 main areas: technology, logistics, and e-commerce. And finally, this shift or this focus that we've been having on Africa and the Middle East start paying off since we start getting recognition from the market, and we got our investors, that includes Newtown Partners from South Africa, DP World, and Sawari that are present here. Big up to my friend. And we even managed to, to be recognized among the top 5 VC4A startups in Africa and Seedstar MENA region. Thanks for your focus. Sorry for the clicker, and over to you for questions.
Qais, you mentioned earlier that among your customers you have Amazon and the likes and other examples. What is your sweet spot in terms of client, and who is really in need of your solution, who has really a pain point that definitely resonates with the product that you're trying to sell?
Very, very good question. So, to whom this is done or to whom this is destined is to any cross-border e-commerce player, regardless of their size, as long as they want to go international. But the way we approach it, we have always a locomotive customer, one of the big boys that can guarantee a volume that allows you to maintain steady SLAs on the performance of the line, and then you can piggyback with other smaller players that can come and enjoy basically that solution that you created for that locomotive customer. So that's why we start with the likes of Amazon, for example, Jumia to Africa, Shein or Checkpoint, some of the big names from China to open, for example, a destination into Africa, and then you start opening it even for e-commerce sellers that are in the region, that are importing from China but selling locally. So that's our approach on how we are adopting customers.
So it's one of the big issues that, you wouldn't call yourself a last mile delivery, I understand that, but when you're servicing the likes of an Amazon or a Jumia, etc., and you're doing cross-border, whose responsibility is it when it comes to delays from a customs and import tariff duty perspective? Especially within Africa, I've seen first-hand examples of logistics startups that cannot control for delays in customs. There used to be a startup called Wish that I'm sure you're familiar with, and they had a massive shrinking in the evaluation because of customer complaints around things beyond their control. So I'm curious, how do you factor that in?
Very good question, and actually you put your finger on the main pain point of what we are doing in the cross-border. So to answer your first question in terms of under who falls this responsibility. So when we present ourselves to these customers, the like of Amazon or Jumia, basically from the get-go, we explain that we are an aggregator, that we are a satellite, that we are a technology company. And basically, we are adopting a transparent, speech with them, where we get their SLAs and we try to reflect that down the road to our partners. So we work only with partners that are aligned with these SLAs and can work on those SLAs. So in terms of custom clearance, you mentioned a very good point. So that's usually something that is mentioned even in the contract with something around it, how it is being treated in case of delay, in case of loss of GMV and so on. But what we are doing on our side, other than reflecting this in our partners and their SLAs, basically we're trying to take control on some of the pieces of the mile, including, for example, the middle mile, the airline, where today Fulfillment Bridge, we sign directly with the airlines so that we can control ourselves, the space, the booking, and the regularity of the flights.
Thank you. Thank you, Qais Ghadawi, CEO, Fulfillment Bridge. Thank you, judges. So now we're going to go for lunch. It's going to be a quick lunch. It's lunch boxes, actually. So is 30 minutes enough for lunch? I love democracy. No, please, before you leave. Is 30 minutes enough with lunch boxes? It's not. Yes? No? Karim Gir, our next keynote, CEO of InstaDeep, the biggest I think investment an AI company got in the region for the last period, is going to be our next keynote. He's ready because it was supposed to start in 10 minutes. So we're going to let him wait a little bit. So try to take 30 minutes for lunch, and it's right outside, and be back here in 30 minutes. Please, please, please.